through our problems as early warning systems. Every problem that is known and has been solved in some country will always come to us as a new problem. That's what I mean by paying people to think. All the researchers, go and see Ghanaians outside this country I have met. Go and see what they have been able to do for other countries because those countries are paying them to think. Some of them are not even interested in coming back to Ghana because nobody wants to become part of a talking society. They want a society that acts and achieves results. But who do we glorify? Those who can insult each other on the radio in the morning.
Who should take the blame?
All of us. Because I keep saying when people say the media goes to do it is not the media. Does the media sleep and just conjure stories? We send the stories to them. Because all this social security, corruption, whatever you are looking at, people are looking for these security outlets because the future is unknown. Who can climb the ropes in Ghana today fairly? Even university admission. People come to their MPs to go and assist them get admission. And when a country degenerates to this level, that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted, we have a problem. I was in health. I went to interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident, and you are sent to the nearest health center, and the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nursing training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let it come, ladies and gentlemen.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio Program of the Year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the Radio Program of the Year 2020.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asonyina etie sa platform media se unya na betna subia na Fabi Bruni bese it's a privilege and an honor na yamu be so part of the reception of this particular platform Shasi Ache and no answer na Shasi. And we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more programs.
Giving the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
We wish you well. We wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. So he knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososa, we are proud of you.
Sorry with that. The Honorable Samuel Okujeto Blackwa and Moten and Kano.
Obi.
Bibia Boko.
Oh, Osei Bonsu. Amwa. Me di amwa na count e ho. I said man was in the union was Bonsu amwa. Obi.
Yeah.
Mo boy juma.
Yeah,
mo boy juma ye bana ye be hu se ani ye ni achi. Say oba ye na ye no shase ye ni baby anyame de wabedu no. Awo ne de you have a sister near the Akosi tag officer. Because Namia Yebi. Yes. Namia Yebi. Now you share Juma Asempa FM so more ye. Any education I'm the man Crawford. Now we be idea about a brown Crawford pass a start after and Crawford Moduamuba.
Yeah, now beginning the year right
from Pondy. On an inch tag every man award. Or church say dread before any person investment kaka. Said the Baya is Sika, a Bayan no. Say near betting I can say Yamin Team Nina Yamin Shamo. Asempa de Enona Obiati. Do we are now much baby aboso. Intino Asempa FM there. Opo Betty. Yeah, that's it. Adi Obi is what the captain's band and abo. It do Opo Betty. Yamin Shamo, more boy.
Yeah, that's a promise I'm watching on that tag code on
Asempa. And I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen, and I have to say something about multimedia. You see, multimedia has developed a fantastic way of replacing. That is legendary in the history of Ghanaian broadcasting. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what Obi has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So yeah, so like tonight we're going to use some of their content. So I have to have that. Obi, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job in replacing our friend who passed and holding the program and making it actually bigger.
Hey, Obi. Also, Obi. Obi, because you want some.
Yeah, easy.
But I must commend you for the work you did for Mother Ghana when you team in 2023. It will amaze you to know. I mean, so from penning for Muti. I don't know if they will want me to put their names out there, but. Minima Sofo Ghana, the fathers of the charismatic Pentecostal faith, I'll muti this platform.
Amen.
And they listen. The last time I met one of them and said, "Oh, Asempa na miti, Asempa de Ohana miti every time, yeah.
Wow.
Miti Obi, he's doing very well." Wow. So it just tells you the impact that you are making. It cuts across. I think people appreciate the depth, the dexterity with which you approach your work. Any nimdiania obrasi any nyansa odi ewe juma enye onkwa no producers ne omo kan nyanti eda Asempa Fuase one management ne omo kan nyina say 2023 by the grace of God you helped us.
Yes.
Modi nyansa ni nimdie ne nyame adwen through education information amode by amode boy. Me assure say 2024 by the grace of God, you do even more than you did.
Even more.
You've done great, but we know, sir. I keep telling the people who are around me that there is always a place called up.
Up.
There is always a place called up. No matter where you have reached, there is another place called up. And so you don't have to relent. Yeah. You don't have to be complacent at all. You are doing well, especially in the CIA election year. Yenimse. Nyame adomni ni nyansa eni ne homo Roberts now so to steer most of the conversations right so that the day or how ne abenini oyini eni usu ebeba o maini muno nyame be fa so na wa calming every because this is the only nation we have.
Freshest burger in town. Tell what you are about next saying Obi.
Nyame adom divine selection akan yi de ya betu nso na wa won so ho efe Obi minim sese wo fans sa
he e wo he fan
miss me call convention apostolic convention so wa we Pentecost but me call apostolic convention wo Baltimore apostolic forward the law
okay
Mrs. Ketchere no money chrome wo no me na Obi na Obi no wunim na afi because bisa me say no Obi wa ware na me say masa me ni Facebook to pa bisa no they love you too much but why are there o price no cost nti ye chia abusafo nyina o woman who say o bomode na utumpon
Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen.
Asem ni nyina no.
Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen. Dey kan nyina me say Ekosiisen. Ghana for de ni hu na ma ye nyina no Ekosiisen. Enti I think say nkofo a omo tena ase nwini program that inspiration omunya no.
Asempa FM.
It's say tiasia ya better na kasa no. I think that we have to understand the word Ekosiisen.
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Hey, Obi, Yamina Dumia Hui. Bibia Boko, me chete fupa. Na mabahan me hu de Nzama Sasa. Wa brabo. Osande Obi and the minimum Sekedi Takra this year. Oye nationally the level baby will do Royal so wow, that's great, it's great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
You see, that has always been my philosophy. We hasn't there happen, you know.
Yeah.
As the trees grow, others come up.
Yeah.
It's painful work. I also say that's it. Number Abraboy, the number man so it's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me pre Asempa FM.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Dodo na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese Ekosi inti yebo mabaso yesi the good, the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya meka ya na mrebi mobo no mo ye program, political program mo asante and now come ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program yabonra and na kamu kopie so ewo eye mamprusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi ya nemu won kan ide Gama Ekosiisen.
Sorry, that's it.
Nice one.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But as Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional. I will be in the driver's seat with constitutionally mandated authority to pursue my vision and my priorities. So what do I want to do in terms of vision and priorities and policies if you give me the opportunity by the grace of God to become president of the Republic of Ghana? Ladies and gentlemen, I have been engaged in a lot of consultation and doing a lot of thinking in the last few months about the lessons of the last 7 years, as well as my vision and priorities as I seek to become President of the Republic of Ghana. Clearly, the initial conditions that we inherited in 2017 are not the same as will be in 2025. Therefore, my priorities will be different. We have done many good things, and I will be seeking to build upon them. My vision, ladies and gentlemen, is to create a tent big enough to accommodate all our people, to tap into the resourcefulness and talents of our people, irrespective of our different ethnic, political, and religious backgrounds, to channel our energies into building the kind of country that assures food self-sufficient, safe, prosperous, and a dignified future for all Ghanaians. To create sustainable jobs with meaningful pay for all and for Ghana to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution using systems and data. To realize this vision, we must have a mindset of possibilities and not impossibilities. The challenges we must overcome as a country are too important to let our political differences derail us. There is a critical failure of mindset that manifests itself in the absence of core values, patriotism, and principles within our society. The State of Inclusive Instant Payment Report has ranked Ghana as the #1 in Africa in terms of access to financial inclusion. #1 in the whole of Africa. Today, because of digitalization, anyone can do banking and digital financial transactions 24 hours a day. The data shows that at the end of 2016, the total cumulative value of mobile money transactions was 78.5 billion Ghana cedis at the end of 2016. Following mobile money interoperability, the total cumulative value of mobile money transactions has increased from 78.5 billion to 1.9 trillion cedis in 2023. Therefore, between 2016 and 2023, following mobile money interoperability, Momo transactions have increased by 2,335%, a 23-fold increase. This is why Ghana continues to be the fastest growing mobile money market in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital payments infrastructure that we have put in place is boosting e-commerce in Ghana. Businesses are booming over Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and so on. Many people who could not afford to rent or build shops
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Assemble,
Asempa FM.
Asempa FM Sony, live from our studios here in Accra, Kokomlemle to be precise. Ekosiisen Sony, Medindi Osei Bonsu from Yobi. It's a fantastic Thursday afternoon, the 8th day of February 2024. Check with your time, 20 minutes after 2. We're doing this from now till 6:30 p.m. It's Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show. Ekosiisen Sony. Just call a friend, tell him or her to tell another friend to tune in to 94.7, and that Ekosiisen is live and airborne. Let me thank the production team for making this show possible. Dominic, Kisiya Boa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Ntiamwa, Ebenezer Tete, Omai Hene Kwabena Sante, and Ekuya Boatua Iyadom. Omunyina Bohania de Ekosiisen Jumedi Ebremo. And it's a show that's heavy on your thoughts, your comments, and your observations. So I'd love for you to join us with your comment. A very, very, very important. The numbers to call, to send your message to, and then you phone lines and to WhatsApp number and person na WhatsApp message be a wet media faso abreye. Would love to hear from you. 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 for our messages the first brain na yebesha kayama. Let me remind you that we are live on YouTube, live on Facebook. On YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM. That's our channel on YouTube. Just please watch our live stream. Let our comments no ego mekai ede amawe here papa. We want you to be part of our show. Let's know where you are watching us from. Now we would acknowledge you. And then we have a very, very, very packed show. Number one, Munim Se Enra, the leader and flag bearer of the NPP, who happens to be the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia Ekasai, in an event dubbed Bawumia Speaks, in the first official comprehensive public speech since he was elected flag bearer of the NPP. And the hype around the speech was said, Bawumia is taking the opportunity to tell Ghanaians his own vision for this country if he is elected president of the Republic. In January, he had the opportunity to speak in a 79-paged speech. And for a little over 2 hours, and I saw Ekasai, going through his vision for the country. But it ignited a huge debate on social media. I mean, those who were impressed, those who were not so impressed about the speech, and at the end, we would want to continue that conversation. But per se, yeni industry players edin komo in the first half of the show. We'll speak to Guta, we'll speak to AGI, we'll speak to the Trades Union Congress, we'll speak to some independent economists and political watchers. Ewo Jumedie. So now yaji omunyina adwentre on what they make of the speech omote enrano. Very, very, very important. We are a leading member actually of the Bawumia campaign team. And I also a NPP parliamentary candidate for the Equiapim North constituency, lawyer Sami Ewuku will join us in studio. Na yene no Eddie and Komo. Yene Sami we would zoom into our discussion segment and ene yebenya NDC parliamentary candidate for the Abra Aseibu Kwaman Kese constituency in the Central Region, former Deputy Communications Minister, the Honorable Felix Kwachiofosu, will be in our studios, and the Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, Dennis Miracle Sabuaje, would also join us in the studio. Now, in the discussion segment, we have a really packed show. And first, let me start with the president of Guta. In TNT Guta for what they make of the speech they had yesterday, and then we'll bring the other interest groups and so on the phone lines. And so and let me remind you once again, me pacho say your WhatsApp message no Fabre 0548443523. And so remember Guta president Akwaba no Mame Faseda Emma 1 hour boy, our proud sponsors Flumal Triple Action, DBS, Cocoa Milk, Obapa Product, Kingdom Real Estate, Syntex Tank, EcoBank Ghana, Provident Insurance, College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, Kingdom Herbal, Tabia Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil, and Franco Trading Enterprise. Dr. Joseph Obeng a Guta president. Doc, Akwabe Ekosiisen Soni.
Yo, Major so Obi.
Na apomi dear.
Yeah, yes, I don't be boko.
Yeah, Danyamia say. I think about 3 or 4 days ago, Uba Studio had me in Komo, and Oma Yehui issues are more with the recent taxes are buying years say introduce. In fact, Bakuwenya parliamentary approval, which is the emissions levy, and the 15% VAT on electricity consumption for residential customers, no, and no, so no, ministry, no, I think almost the statement about say hold on the implementation of that. Much say madrin ewo ho, enra mutie NPP flag bearer, eba mwejuma moye etuo ho nsem and general speech na mutie no bibi wom ema edwadifo ana.
Yo, Obi, the Dikai, Mamini Kai, and Chia were tearful. Now, I'm in far Quenyazo and Soncha, Omemu, a beautiful na. Now, the met me, I can say, I bear 3 weeks ago, and your press release, bear 4 weeks in. And you can't say, you do political season. Now, it's say, yeah, good, yeah. Political mintino. I do empenswa politicians no ebeba yapona no. Eninti ye bie yapono say ye makwan na political party bia no eni ye medim kuta ho na yes ye beboa omo na ya factor ye input into their manifestos. Essence say womo bekwa konwene womo manifestos na at the tail end of their campaign womo they are betraying. Because any political party be a potential winner. It's important to say, traders not be a issues, You bet me Southway, so more Besaya, you bet me Quenya, and one my impins in Eddie Woma Tuns and yet me who one more a bit me a boy. Nanuquini, I feel said me who and near my said the messages are. Various political leaders, any almost strategies, between say a feed, a better intellectual based, a better issue based, because as will be at the policies are a transform and a airback, and into Mamini and establishing until last week, your Koshia for a movement for change, a win for.
Alan
Trematin, or no economic dialogue into also in our numbers. Emma, the contribution via SCSA, and Abibi Ura with Munyam for Bawumia, Vice President. I was a Franca to Emma MPP. Now, Nina, no, ye cobe bia, ye the food, and Ukraine. Ya na ebet me aka say ya bias kakra because ye nhwe ba bia ye nhwe benkum enhwe nifa enema ya na boa ye dwuma ho mpuntu enu nko na da bia na ye kɔ ba bia na ya we ya so ni etie nti emra e could do tax issues no na ya no ye nim say the taxes AC money yen na ya can want some cost of doing business taxes keep on taxes are focus on eba ebebu ye kom no nkeka no nti emra o mampani abedi etire a wo ye fabera no e ka ninsem wo taxes ho no and training ya dia eto ya so na ye ni so etre say the ni pese yetia ena yetie no we are very excited to say it be a nyame ya na domro nya kwanya no ba na say say ye ya odi ato apon so no obeye na sa na say ebeboa adwadie na etre say and some de bia ya na ye betina we do so ye ni obi ekasa ye ni dwefo ekasa any other stations in Okasano. The GD say no, ena o mampani abedi etire no em say woto no bo afiti ni na no nwene no pepepe edi ye policy. Echa say niema ye pese wo mo ye na no ena o kan ye no. Ti the edika no em say the wo pese wo tra ne say wono no be use compliance as a tool of revenue collection in the country. Ntina wakasa na the upper culture ne say obeye and say ya ebema nipa de ope ene enidie so betua ne to enti obema eto no aye nkrowa na waye no flat rate sebe ya obia no ebetimi atua ad onko ahohehie mu na emu no wasa pekwan bi a enam say nipa kakra bi enetua eto ewo memu na ema say ye petrobia ni ye dibia to so amasango for corona no and ntina what say 10 number no you no so abadada no akacha womo eye potential taxpayers womo so no tax net no echi no what is any money na akacha womo na womo bemu a ebema nipadodo tua ye tua no nkrowa no na ye tua no flat rate no nesa aban to aka ekosi so say duty ya na etua no wonum say eno ni na ye etinjetie kase pa wo memu enti wo de start spare parts wo tire say spare parts for no so wonya kwan no ba abeye omampani a spare parts be ye flat rated duty enti pasa na say ye be fixed ti bi a 20 container ye say ya sana wo kra ne mana wonu misem de spare parts 20 feet about say na tie na be 40 feet so say na tie enti ya dia ya kata di we ho asem sa fibunsu pani peso say with me eba na or replicate it to other sector other commodity lines no to say electricals ne food and beverages let's say and also no the year ku enim ya no the kreni ya be fesa na man because I dey no ehia ya pa ye nim say ekoba sa na obi nkoka se custom officer bi ekodiska and obi nkoka se client agent bi akubu aban and obi nka se trader no akoye under declaration and under invoicing abano so etimi plan evu say container zozo say na abadia 20 feet menya dudu say 40 feet menya dudu say it is hard no ebema yemu so ededie no emu aye ha ama
not just a form no se munya sa flat rate on containers na eno no eboa. How would that be different from the CCA no? I
said the one hundred there, and when I can say okay, and then no, yeah, see value no, say value no, say 100,000, what way 10,000, it yeah the 300% be out also. Now I say, and when the man before say a trade a buya bem, a ma a near bo a costro, and no get home, and so Nina no baby and open say, baby, so Ira. Sikana ye betua no then ye sikana so a ekwa ban ho eti wo so betua sika bi na wo di ama wo agent na akwa kotua so then ye sika kro na boten na ekọ aban ho no eti saban ye no flat no se say dia say dey ni aban nim say e na be charge ye say na eba to no aso o kai containers aba no aka 20 feet ade no aka 40 feet ade no simplify tax payment no Emma you're competitive in the sub-region. In the sub-region no you're not competitive at all. Now Waka yano no sadi be see VAT and just share no so say no can VAT
answer doc answer na obeko VAT. I think still our port no oka say a new policy of aligning the duties and charges at Tema Port to the duties and charges at the Lome Port. Or say Lome Port na your main competitors inti omo duty omo ji wo the same thing or say how will that work? I don't know what you are saying.
Exactly. So that the all can all say there be other member we feed so also me can say adentina yenu anu ma there be obi asori anu okọ Togo se me koto ade na ade anu so okoto na nya ade ayeye no Togo ho ba ya import ba Togo adentina obi on ma wo kra ma o person de kofa Togo no ba because cost of doing business ewo Togo no efo say eye o mudi tutuo say yeah the line of items so that by me say niama e wo your port ya be 19 as a 20 as a 22 sa niama no e bia wo be hwe no mo be nwotwepe eye other taxes no enti wo mo dia na aye kuma krokrowa wo koto a wutminya emfasodie bi e wo ho enti na wo ka say na we are not reinventing the wheel it will adopt to good practices a what Lumi port no any system of running that port no now with the abeyo there because at that the Ghana Shippers Authority any fast funding mission the West African countries no it turned out to be say shipping line charges no the shipping line charges as a component in the duty or the tax payment about 6%. Almost 5.8%, where that of Togo no barely 1%. And into a pound so na a shipping line liners no with me to the people of Ghana. So we just any many now with me do so now reduce you can achieve what Togo is doing. Me part what you say.
Yes.
And we no or they call VAT say VAT is no wine. It will be used in a flat tax system no they are restructure VAT no.
No Montias here we no honey then flat because say me kind of say introduce a very simple citizen and business friendly flat tax regime. A flat tax of a percentage of income for individuals and SMEs, which constitute 98% of all businesses in Ghana, with appropriate exemption thresholds set to protect the poor. In that regard, Noka said, Obepeso start on a clean slate. For a start, no be a tax amnesty. What's your understanding of Sir Way no Mepacho?
It you also first no nanka SMEs no nanka mo tax stamp bia a year faced and based on your said wo output no and I say wo shop for no city no and said they are talking in those lines and me no understand they say Obama etrono aye simplified na aye nkrowa na they said there be a argue said there be a flat rate of the VAT no ebuano say no amoko discuss omo manifesto no ne ka say ne monye VAT no flat rate I know say under the flat tax system no ye betimi enyasa akwanya no enti me ase a ewo mu ho no enti me patcho metimi akozo
na enti say VAT no mo ye na flat na and only VAT ye wo sisi and what difference near then
so on the basa input and output no e bia ni ho enti aba utia VAT no porter na the aban agi wo port no afa na wo wa be value addition the value addition now be so wo beto ade a wo di bi to so no na wo de e bia say 4% and now the 4% flat rate no ato so that's simplified if you are buying tracker bia nim so we be sa kwa ba we say me ba be je DVD ka twa our port no and standard rate the ane de wo wa twa our port no aban be hold amount so sa ko je fa skadi bi sa ko to so wo ko to so wi abba je de wudi ka twa ye no and only standard rate no
okay
and ono no input and output mechanism and no yana input no kwa na edu time bia a challenge move as omo amode niama efi Nigeria e be supply ma yedwamfo no wono oni akọ na onye VAT registered company wo Ghana enti be da wa ma VAT input na wo de be kwa claim wo sika no back me pata o tiase enti e pasa na now you know wo what untina de bia ya na VAT rate no running concurrently with the standard rate, you know, for companies like SMEs, you know. So yes, I say no, not the prepare your because it's VAT is and said the city, you know, and for prepare your a bitia, flat rate and maybe you know, standard rate. And there 2021 yeah, no net flat rate from 2017 to 2021 no near na yet flat rate of 3%. Now Bonsu nyana ko Mexica. It is that era na bebwa ama na ya kwa dia ya kan say they said the oka say open say we expanded fastnet no say basi etia flat rate ne dia obi a wodi bia no wono no anye tu ni bi na obi a so obeto ade no wono so enya nhye so obedi VAT invoice no e basa abani sika obi nya no wontimi bi ebe bu no so kwa enunti say see I said the city there you know standard rate you know and your flat rate you know and your one more so you qualify but they are not supposed to charge the VAT because of threshold of 200,000 and you know you good so it aye wenyan customer no so beto no en shebia ni so say onya VAT or give VAT obi wa me no ka say kwa be dia di say ukototo ne ba bia wonyi VAT it is shebia ni so it abasa nipa na wa register wono no VAT registered person no aye victimized because obi a beto and na wo akota de 22% ama woni manti no also pay and wo kasi so say invigilation na e was VAT no no ono so no harassment because ya complaints and rotie radio so we share demonstration abusu ka for call ya we share demonstration kumase for call ya then na ya VAT and she hu any invigilation no because nipa no to no enye well scratched now was akujira so tintina chia me ba be show me the police you say customer no be VAT no so on you there is a wo gunko for aduma ti was on so be thing of the past that we believe say or yeah was or that one yesterday vice president in that recognition there saniama no me sure say was started to one among a be minimize sa practices no cry because they who say akofo mumba ye tu ase a be boaye na o talk also e ka say or post class no e say when you near my vie no na wa ko baby a wudu bia no captains for as say omu betimi omu akonya so omu beba be yo auditing no ma say niam na wo yi no down no trop pepe na otu aye na GRA for so tax for no omu so aba income tax for no omu so aba abedu so otu omu na kabom no omu ba obi ni asem bitu buon mo mu se ka wo mu ka no na besu no mo se tebi no hu na ebi afibia na mfiemienu bia no maba umbia na ya boka na oye ene wo ka se wano no a wo mo de yesa de no nso no se ono no nya kwa na no obeye o mampenia obeyi flo no aye no 5 years o ta se no be ma yen ahome kakra na yetimi adi edwa in peace and freedom and tax amnesty no ene de wokra no waka that tax amnesty no so no ne fe wom ne se wo bu onuma na sabe wom no wo pese wo start here writing wo pese wo tua to no ni ye but wo koya the writing no ni use that information no after against the previous filing na wo ye na say any those times no o bokro no enti plabitia ni na ya sese kanu enti ema wo bia no yeah, fraudulent in perpetuity because I say who provided the down on the buy you know me who koya the kasia yeah they use as a benchmark against you and it sadina well yeah in a very smart way and no bet me abua say wabame na industry say etu no ni tua de say de etu etia no de we ye de ya obi be ye mfonso enti say sa de tia de a ye ntwani na ngu na ye starting afresh na mbom no I say yes, go and sin no more. Now, one more person, the right hand, or woman will be now for young fine chance to who will be also your right hand. A pass idea will be this row, and there will be any skeleton you are because I did make us submit to a best pose the previous accounts on the known account. And it, no, so a trasumu. There is our competitiveness in the sub region, and then you see a dick outcome. And it dear, a year deck is here, flat duty, and fixed duty now. Ya can want some says, well, when you the body, yeah, no, and I said, when you may a young quan over here or my penny, no, the badness after the Yatin, by young Manon, so you best say. Omamu politicians in Nano and our political parties in there who say, yeah, taxes and what would they, as you say, Papa. Bia bebiano ye the veterans seniani na ya sone so dia eboa ye no na eno ne yebehwe so this time no me hu say political season we no ebeye issue based onu de befu pa me sunsun kire me enti obia na ono so e de ne se papa petuo na aboa agedie puntuo na ayi sa tax achinjie any any how na a woman ye na no ye de anyie so
my final question is the motive say na all kan especially fa dwadie ho ne ade a wabrobros ni nyina so yi mu gidie say ade a obetimi aye some have said say so what's our plans we na dey no onye ne sisi a
okay it simple it yeah, the bettons and any credibility, maybe Anna. And inti Ubiana or this is babyano, your best share, your bad says, yeah, the admin baboon, near share how credible you are. And inti or no Casano, so Kata, and also Wabamo, and one who said, well, taxes and also one car said taxes in Ibuonma as a victim. That's one who said. Taxes now or your credibility issue. And inti you know and wa kase wo be yi levy no wo be try yi levy wo be try betting taxes be me say bi okaso obetwam eti wo kasa no na so person ye gu ne credibility and the whole party say ade we kra ya no mbia me no as a vice president no na me nyintumba wo so establish say no or your mate anything or pepine no be your driver no your driver or no so pushing agendas iti or establish say no chese wo dey too say ni menwen emu bia anka say me dwen amagana for what some question na me tete mu na obi ye no or say ka say me ya ba abamu no efi a time you bought 2017 to a certain period, you deliver, say you be move taxes from taxation to production. Yes. It you move you do some taxes and no can you to me deliver up to a certain stage. You dey call second term, The second term, any challenges, and what kind of challenges, Ukraine and.
COVID-19
and COVID.
Sure.
If you work those things and say the related to if you have a problem by Yanonki County. That's what was accept to say woman a challenge. And T or can you and was a near man a year on one under on one officer and no dear one a control to set digitization things, And the projects under digitalization, or say under his watch at the vice presidency, and also Utimika ya say Utimi deliver Sanya Mani na to say Obashanswa a movie no aye adia any TCC at the same mobile money ne sa eniyama bibra addressing system anyone can one. And inti now what they told Seniani na wa hwe enema obetimi aye ene bia asama wo kana ena wo no wo de be hwe the credibility no it is sana ye de be access other political leaders in na will be a what did be better between him no because you were right say you bit me access you who say someone ni pay were credible someone okay will bit me a deliver and then the idea being so on ma you doable and your rocket science this is any way yake na so much doable and achievable say ube doubt to say is it possible to be bit me
no it is specifically on Neoma Enra Bawumia kan especially the famu dwadifo ho no do you believe say ade obetimi aye ana say one of those political speeches amatiatiatia no
yeah it's not for me to say, it's for the people of Ghana to say. For me, what I want to hear, because the piano, the Yenimisa Yabe show manifesto to us. And delivery, no, but the Siano, ye meeting, as some I can say, yeah, the Sanya manifesto, any policies here, political parties here, no, Edebano. Yeah, better say at the end of the day, business community no anyone move trans and sign memorandum of understanding and I guarantee and be that in the history of this country. But this year election, you better that's Ubiano are you committed to his ways. But some really there Ubi Kasa, you make inferences. See what the person is capable of doing, what the person have done, what the person's intention and their war the credibility, you know. And no thing I make us say this year election, no, no intellectual based, issue based. Now divide of the old insult and then extreme political partisanship. No, is idea you bit menya correct leader. No,
Robin, my nasi, Bibiania, Yabasia Babidin Comobio. Why? He's the president of GUTA, Dr. Joseph Obeng, and Amotenenka. Let me take you to the University of Ghana, Legon. Dr. Kwame Asante, or a senior political science lecturer and director of European Studies. Ewo Legon. Enra, the vice president also touched on some governance issues. Ma, Yenyen Ajin Doc, Akwabe Ekosiisen Suni.
Yeah.
Na me patro obi ma hanso meje osopa apo me ye
obi patro ma wonne so kakra
na me buza sa apo
mi adum kakra
apo mu ye de
o mi ye
eda nyame ase enram gidi sa oje bretimi etie vice president of the republic na one of the things I can hear in his speech the vision for how governance in this country would be, and he made a point, say efficient governance means say you will not need many ministers. And you say for deputies and ministers of state, no, only 50 edunum per enebeye ejuma. Doable. Looking at how your governance system let you omen.
Obi, where is awesome? Na medicine to me is awesome. As I say. Eduman mention and say one of them.
Yes.
We need to move about me. Then no him and Mintina or a also if he the watching one the watching will be ministers or that also about Edunum. Then no me then not pay. Ya can't one man where I can't no Otiana won't Hiana. Mamma Edunum FM a day showcase or the day Juma a day. Also find Juma. Some TTR. Now, medic, Mekuradi and Gamusu Sukran, Edunumunum, Ayashi and one other DHD, Edunum, a dozen crowd, and you don't grow. I am 19. I didn't hear.
19 ministers and deputies, and ministers and
deputies and county. What's your constitution? Or should I say, region be any regional minister? And yes,
sure.
There were 16. And unity. Ubefa minister Diano say or yet say minister for defense or sang so ye Ashanti regional minister inti or Shekewedi.
Okay.
Na inti ubenya 16 ministers na edisan biguha account edisan chama ministries na so to say finance so to say ABR you were trade maybe a senakugu. When meeting, what meeting are you offering then? Our constitutional requirement for cabinet.
Yes.
What's a meeting regional minister and to a Boba who be a community. Now, say, what modern say, deputy minister be anywhere, chief directors, one soon, now one way, say ministers, not experienced public servants, one who be so asking, not for Kanya that's one, young someone and really school formation. As some teacher, don't go, nothing more, nothing like. Maybe I make a time of it. So, we shall a serious decision be around what the cat. Genevia will be here, the new grew a piano, a cabinet. And any other minister, no, was a crowd. In the cabinet 19, near Panyagma,
oh, okay. But 19, wow. And they will per se, go strictly by what the constitution says. The cabinet should not be more than 19 ministers, including the president.
If there's 15, 15 of favor, then no about it. Deputy ministers who shall make you my power or not. You may need chief directors in a human.
Yes.
And in chief for Baku, I also have for no minister in Girao. Not chief directors, no one in Peninsula, who's not saying no one human. As some data, no man, I'm Musicasem. Share among us America, ministers, among us say United Kingdom, less than 130. So they are saying, a year, a Sikafum man, he can't do Yana sorry. I think my young ministers and Kanani Kango. I'm very brave.
Apart from the issue of ministers, no, a day beyond our team that speech a standing out amount.
Okay, you see, watch it. This speech, you know, okay, be about say a few days, official cars and will be this.
Yes.
Na ahonso me kwesi ambizen de dem ni elam cruises na dosia emfa hwe maye ni bi de se na wabu na mo mpa mu kan ye na bi eninti se woro ko ha yo otua me nkomo no so se abali se no kura bon electric cars what they public transport no ne ma na kwesi me bi se mu de ni na so ayi wo friends sky train na wahi sky train na wahi you and what you're going to say, so we're in this speech now. My son songs where men say, this time around, it's a man no canon. Or four number has a share new make say, oh, she Bobby Green. If so, no, like she Bobby and go see her. You and you know, or tono glass. Push a bar or say, no, a idea baby or the 90 forms of a man mention what was in a mra. To say agro industry.
Yes.
Also, Obeka say, what the Niama Bekeka, Kuya Juma, near Kuya Beba, and the minerals, and Niama, what the Biblia Town and Panawato. Also, one cast our kind. God is better economy now. We see, Afronoyan, and India, Sacramento. You know what say, Fabbing, and Inti, when we say, it's all for some Pantanos, no to me, Biba, a year and many are you bit my year. So there's the honor you. Okasa Katafishan of pro mecha, natural corruption.
Yes.
Also, when I name a big dream. So we should name more kind of honor. Usi, we say, name a big queen, passport of some of Guru boys, Amen Wafa, we should cops, paper some DVND, and what the say degree buyer. Scholarships will be going to you and some of the amount. So, can I answer?
Yes.
Ghana.gov platform. And name of the our way. Now, we should name my okay car or not. We need some who say so. You in your can in our way. Other than Transparency International, with the corruption perception index. Yeah, that's what that. At the end 43. Interpretation. One. So, we are you friend and less than 50 are. I was when corruption issues. And if you back to the deal, says, so Ben Zera, you are more corrupt. And you see that Denmark and my 100 or you clean.
Sure.
And he said, well, yes, I didn't mean, I didn't I am Papa. I want my dream. Okay, okay. One about 1.something million. What I thought
2.1 million.
2.1 million.
Sure.
Let me say, hey, because that to me, you know, and I'm making no mountains ya will live there one and namia as they are to one I was friend and then to man king I want an namu also imagine we are akra it's an say you will say making it as one mountains ya will be na how omen biara mebum yedi omen sika atete won say won go school won awie no ba no nya adwuma ayo how kese mo man no how degree brother man nkwan enche or how kwan whatever the business say adwuma a won sabakan seti o man gura wo be wo wie ni wo be ya won sabakan wan nti wo manya o kwan tu boni wo be fa so na eno so ya de okan ya how na majun ya me na wo kakra.
One other thing so the hype around the event and it's Dr. Bawumia is going to have an opportunity to state the vision in clear terms, and the theme was bold solutions for the future. Some have said now a tight rope na Dr. Bawumia walk because or a part of the current administration as vice president. And I was say ostati ni vision. A Drew baby, he has to even reverse some decisions be a aben eteki. Sa tight balancing act no. Osha otimi eyeni because some have said say we throw the current administration under the bus in his bid to put out on any vision to the Ghanaian people no. Did he do that balancing act or ye ma baby out here?
Obi, no. Obi ni beka no ni choice bia ni eto so ya ni. Didn't na makasa. So wo hwe owura Bawumia ene nsema na waka wo menwa efa o man sika nkonta na nhyehyɛ mekyerɛ economic issues ene akwampa ene adini mu do ne nneɛma ɔde kan a obi ani mu sɛ fie be wo man tumi a wo man na kufa do tumi a ono ta nechi ne dia we dey nfa boss ya na ekọ na mmom me no ye na hu se ne kosi niema wo ke se wonye kwara mpo no woye IMF a wo so won kon ewi achi no wo ho so wo ti ase eninchi sanze mu ni na waketa yi levi mempe aba yensi kasam ebe ye se anye IMF yam ko ye wo ho yi wo friend dem ye be ye aye niema bibri when I can in a maso, indeed, Sabri in the nay brasso say, or pay muka, you bet to me. If it's there, only opportunity be you and Sakra and can be doing my young with you. Opportunity in me, and then a man can't Akasan. Now, yes, idea, and I'm getting a casa baby before you. And internet is all then, the next near many oka. Na, Ujum, I want to say, oh, you did not on count. No, me could man can be uchi. So what I say. Now when I am in Jase, nekasa ne baby, Osei, me a driver's mate, me nya driver ankasa. Amanya so mu no, nya me no yeni mu no say, wo abendim. Now Osei na economic management team no. One root to 4. So what I say, you could what you are bang for.
Yes.
A foot is the wood you be upon offer of and so on fact. Nemum, yetene say, you the 2 4. Now when you say asama making ya di ene se sakrade ene ne se esha asama no hye na ma na mo mankoso na utu sa afo na se won fa na utu mu da na dia na ma agi mu ya na ene na da na asemu ni na ne eno na opa na you if afutu na odi aba e ya di mu tiu emu do pa kire se won fa nye se adem ne da so won fa nye na oda so tiu hwe de mu akufo me no ya da kaya PND time no kan abang ni mani me bi na ni enye ho ohwe no ode na kunwa so osi fo amanya so me ne yo uhwe ne mukase na da ne undunia
but former president ko no onye vice president. Being a vice president is a different
yeah, the vice obi a wo ama ai we mo yo man na se wo baby a utofo na se wa asam wo mfa nya adwuma yo wo do wa kumato and we answer we advice and answer we say okay asem no kwa ebeko abeka we say be kwani one says is here by you also or your driver's mate or no kaka na emu ni nzama wa kanji any ni di o wa yi ni say na adu mato na adu matiu no woni ama uni nsanze mo ni dia if you dey na ntanta we function adem na tia beng na mere bo pase inji ahona ya samama ubi ya no den.
Doc, my nase afena speech no aba into the conversation is continuing. Bibi any be san so aba hobio. Why? Yeah, that's a pan yamin show. Into Dr. Kwame Asante, or a senior political science lecturer or a head of the European Center University of Ghana, Legon. And I'm what is here Community will still be talking to some other stakeholders. Ewo Jumedi, so Monshan so Emfa MIA. Ekosiisen so higher Asempa FM. Your WhatsApp number near 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Let's hear you on the show. This one says that Obi, I am in love with Dr. Bawumia now. He should stay away from some of the bogus policies of the Nanado, okay, CAS or Ashali Buche. I say I was so happy when he said he would abolish the betting tax. Hey, betting idiot. Anyways, where's Obi? Dr. Bawumia is a very practical and pragmatic politician in delivering his vision and bold ideas he disseminated to the nation yesterday. Indeed, the 2024 elections are between the past and the future. Dr. Bawumia is the future of Ghana's transformational development. Breaking the 8 is indeed possible. Regards to Yapoku Abeidin, Deputy CEO of the NHIA, we free our Marvin on Kwesimintim in Takrade and Oduya Marvin Edase Papa. This one says that Obi, good afternoon. I am Wisdom from Kwashiman. Yesterday, the VIP told Ghanaians that he has his own vision to transform our economy. What an impudence. Has he forgotten that he was brought to restore the economy? And after you failed, you are now telling us you have your own vision? Help me ask him that what was he brought in to do? Is it to wait till he gets the nod to contest for presidency before, or to help the current government restore the economy? Posterity will judge all of us in a Wisdom or Kwashiman. Ma yenkwa homane subio na yene Professor Smart Sapon winning come or a pollster and a researcher ewo Kumasi Technical University. Prof, akwabe Ekosiisen suni.
Yeah, many obi me do so far we. Na
bibia boko de.
Nyame adom bibia boko me jiri se onso hoye.
Nyame adom ye hoye papa. Se enra oje mre etimi etie vice president ni speech na take out in the speech for you den.
Well, my menda was area na menche busuafo agimre etie ye na area ye ma bibia ha. Ense enra ye yetimi hwe bi on mo mutility bi nyina be di advance say at least it was a very good and well organized program. Na dofo ni MPP busuafo ni na akoye. Nipa miensa kasa ye ni di kai chairman. So generally no offer all of them to unite to compete into only the none in Kabomu as a party in here. Omampeni kufo so kasa no na to say penny kasa Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Mora Kama destiny and the good things in him or also say as opinion mampeni obese ko no papa no betimi so dia bebo and then penny na kasa so kasa obeka ye ne memo de tudwa. Basically, ubi sami ameka se why there unse ya na usually no government since independence na weti me dey say buaka say oye adwuma without some flaws bia ya oye then ya because of the absence of perfection in the system ube faili na wa bi so wa pass it na they fail ne to check because all of them are constant. What it then means is that say parties no akana sempeni for medium achievements etimituja na you compare achievements into or spend the time about half of his presentation was on achievements of the government. Now I'm say Ghanaians will have to mellow on the failures because it is constant. No government will say including Mampeni Kufonangasa no akasa no it means or jitu say no so ne breso ne bi or the one or two but comparing achievements
Openini spending a lot of time on achievements of his government, some supervised or championed by Onwan Kasa, and the Bisu Honumwa, Amemuni Asana, but the vision I can so to I think that overall, no, Majimudi was good, and he wouldn't have done himself good if he had not spent time to talk about the achievements, the party, no achievements, and also no Bejina I can see. No?
Yeah, but some say they were expecting, say, Anka, at least the vice president will be gracious enough to accept and probably even apologize. Areas are ankoye against the promises in the run up to the 2016 elections. So okay, you can say, and even if you take the 2020 elections now, call into that election, you can say had for then maybe you focus on the achievement. I seem say all the focus was on the achievement without admitting to baby na failures. No. Do you agree with Omwa making our claims? No?
Well, Obi, I am not Onyema Nyawo who they are no being a catcher. Unya Kwanya, you have to say a lot of the positives about yourself. Your 5 minutes self-fire submission, I'm sure. Especially so more achievements are, it is politically advisable. Say spending all the time on your good side achievements. Yeah, because I said NDC company the other parties who are in the contest will also have an opportunity. Maybe it will be their duty to spend all their time or more of their time to talk about the negatives of Omu competitor. And that is his choice. But he thought say the achievements outnumber the failures, and that given the time, all the achievements are failures. You and I are the best judge, and perhaps the other parties of more competition should try and also come at him with things that they think say a failure on him, put it to him, and then maybe he would have to come back and respond to those ones. And occasions like that, or but he didn't do anything wrong politically. So I was spending all his time on things that are positives to him.
Okay. For you as a researcher, any pollster, what do you think Enra's speech, aye to the image or the brand of Dr. Bawumia?
In fact, Dr. Bawumia may share speech in the his craft. I think in Yakofa by and Nema Esesa, and he appears to be in tune with the change and the direction of change. Into here, also, we are say, or started about schools, me and Manfi Methodist and Prempeh College. Also, robotics and AI, who competition be a course which you who modern. I got the impression right from there, say, and he's going to move all of us into the modern trends of development. In the my air drivers are development, are largely AI, robotics, technology, this digitization, can as against previous Niema more time consuming the way we do our things. And he spent a lot of time even with the technology part on how that has positively impacted. Now maybe Bob because we come take it online. That day the Ghana Sports Authority recorded the highest ever ADI in the entire football ADI since we started Omu Stadium. And it is maybe one of the reasons why he spent a lot of time thinking movie call into here or can you see a lot of gains now when they moved on to technology. Way more passports for a lot of gains of Bobo figures living near day. A lot of gains and those things do actually in free. The normal way we do our things, and he's trying to draw our attention say a technology way no and near more improved than at the Namijin say Obian Nebaya into the other political parties should also try and incorporate some of these technological adeno into their conversation. Because for me, it's going to be a good news. Say 4 million people Nikita passport, and so 17 million Kita Ghana card. And at a certain level in the development plan now, all Ghana cards numbers are going to be say passport numbers, and Niabeyan so be apply. Now so they apprint to book amount. This is going to be like a one-time solution to a long existing challenge. Passport officer wa and kofafa hundia corruption, dia guru boys ni niema bebre. 50 ministers no can one 70 deputies no na me calculation and that is me. Trust me, I'm not there, but or muno they know what they have calculated. But remember na President Mahama 50 they na do so do but on only 50 no for me e be so do kakra. I pegged it around 54. Based on the 19, there were 19 substantial positions you on more. So be a Ukrainian deputies back, and not the other call somewhere 38.
Yeah.
Now regional D4 also back without deputies in part 16. Let's just say 54. And that is how I looked at it here. Only state you need now 19 strong ones and Kawabra. And Camille Stitcher na ehun senia 19 no
19 strong ones near the hin the hin
aha it's only 19 no Ghana the structure no best start with finance and economic planning.
Yes.
Now about agric because them are combining roads and transport because that is the generic adi do be number chiche but then yes road and transport.
Okay.
Then energy, education, health, tourism, chieftaincy and culture. Know about local government, know about employment and labor relations, know about defense, interior, foreign affairs and regional integration, gender, children, social protection, attorney general, trade and industry, youth and sports, information and communication, environment, science and technology, and then the 19th one, no, works and housing.
Works and housing, okay.
Okay. And this mainline ministries near 19 will be on a deputy Baku Majimu, that will take us to 38.
38.
Now, regional at the India, they have been able to work without deputy, so we go on with that.
Yes.
And on 16, I am thinking, say, just a little above 50, no? Somewhere 54 will be a record.
Yeah, but from list now, I say you can comfortably merge, say, education, youth, and sports.
Right. It used to be so. Opening men sometimes so now education, youth and sport.
So then you have 18 now.
Okay. Let us say it means 17 now. Any anchor the 50 would be
good. The 50 would be good, yeah.
And a Honda penny phone, I'm sure subsequently they will come and explain it better for us. But if opening Samia will be with you.
Yes.
Maybe they will offer those extra details to us. But all in all, there are some good news, especially passport the Amikai, it may basa anka for me it will be good. Baby Usha, you can credit Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for it. Who social media among for seniors are there. You live in nominee Nema also bar obey through no other no new flows is here before December Adi. You see? Nim the position somehow on the matter. Or no one near Chairman General, interview him or Jitumu say, you live in Nema say it shouldn't be an area. Usually I'm poor and naive for that I use to know. When he says when he becomes the main man, he will take it off. I think it becomes consistent with the initial position on the matter.
Yeah, but there are those who believe, say, no, so a betrayal of the current administration will throw administration under the bus. What do you think?
Academically, no, Obi. Who system be more? You don't criticize the system, but you are allowed to critique the system. And I see it as a critique than a criticism. And I say, you no one yamadebi. Where the gaps are, and he thinks Oba not or to keep gaps make a cry any say ya. Besides, he also have to come and demonstrate how he is also going to do things. Now it is going to affect Senya Niema Ekosuni. On to me Nema Kosu na ye Emma Mebasa and Mekono Debi. And you know, maybe a yamming say or critique or no one government. Who say some of these decisions, so far and sit well with the people. Or no one can so consistently not and sit too well with him, but we are there under a democracy system. The majority will definitely carry the day into as cabinet or no view, no minority view, no problem. But on no the final man in the seat, he still thinks that his view is very consistent and he's convinced. And and I think and she say Adiakoso for about a year or two na or no beba redraw. On the very passionate side, for me, who say na I can't cry the narration of Nifada, Kwaya Nifada fast or free more. And Namsoma the drone yes. I think say Yabemano shedding kakra. I mean, for you to recount how your daddy left the Adina say some way, but and also the Namswa may sure say many people who would have been suffering from minor things here drew way, here muja way, the befa suma could be a few monkwani adin so and also the Namswa and lay zip line intimidating no connect manity. Why be and never be been so uncle you or no another. I think next Ghana for a sentence on the say, maybe ma a few 2024 battle and very cheap, maybe money business as usual. And the money comes in so send them in so and the money people should come with clear visions like this. Near fun to Ekosiisen, so near digest it. Not if for 18 and take it more decision from it means a senior qua. A beboy maker, immediately. Or your political party, that's also the caucus on social media, Fabetuja. Now, and yet, I don't like the argument that may be happening from a NECO. Or why won't you or can say WW, elevated discussions?
Yeah, but and also no, yeah. Putting the person to the credibility test in this obi quite fact check, who say baby no krebi nedia. People are allowed to do that, and
yes, and you will do that along with your elevated alternative. So, and so baby discrediting Kwan Wakodie. I don't think that would be what the Ghanaian voter would want. What discredit now the whole side of it are more elevated. Saying first one, no, now they are better just say apart from the all kind of and said no we may meet the end this way. Now if you say no lebebwa or mangana.
Very well.
All baby and the more kika kindly the also tracing it to himself. So my bro for then obia odi birthday one sabio yenya no more more like for when he says he is going to attend to Mobrofone Safono. And his speech was carefully drafted. One more much on the speech, no near about Senamekano or the Abetuja. We will digest it a bit to 2 notes. Then Abasani say a kama a TF1 name, one more muko take a decision. No, Yabeka. Now, they will take that decision. But men pass a ban one way.
Very well.
We would want to await NDC, CPP, PPP, one more elevated, even ahead of the manifestos. Not discussion from day one.
Intimate
based on issues.
Very well. Doc, Prof, you better say maybe the next time you better Barbie come on, not just say my initial polls biama yashe hawa. Then we begin, looking at how our campaign and shape up and where people are likely to vote to. Medasi will come back for that interview. Why?
Great, Obi.
Yeah.
Medasi
Professor Smart Sapon, a pollster and researcher, senior lecturer, so the Kumasi Technical University in Kumasi. Nita Ekotego shares something very interesting with me. A list of ministries, I don't know if these are the ministries potential Bawumia administration will be looking at, but I'll say Ministry of Finance and International Trade, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that's number 2. Number 3, Ministry of National Security, i.e. Defense and Interior, Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, Ministry of Agric and Blue Economy and Fisheries. Wow. Ministry of Energy, that's number 6. Number 7, Ministry of Lands, Environment and Climate Management. Number 8, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. Number 9, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Number 10, Ministry of Education and Sports. Okay. In youth, I don't know if youth. Okay, youth in Kanwe. We do Ministry of Education and Sports. That's number 10. Number 11, Ministry of Transport. Number 12, Ministry of Health. 13, Ministry of Roads and Public Works. 14, Ministry of Information, Youth and New Media. Ministry of Information, Youth and New Media. 15, Ministry of Industrialization, Private Sector Development and Employment. Wow. 16, Ministry of Tourism, Chieftaincy, Religious Affairs, Art and Culture. 17, Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. And that will be 17 ministries. And it's a offer minister bako any deputy bako. That should bring the number to 34. 34. Am I right? In the 17 by 2. That's 34, right? And that should bring the number to 34. And then you add 16 regional ministers. And that should take the number to 50. Okay. Or alternatively, you can establish 4 regional zones with ministers and deputies. That's 8. Now, what are they? A total of 42. So he thinks it's possible. Ni take go there or no there, but I don't know. And 34 plus 16, that will bring the number to 50. But the ministries, no anyhow. Alignments maybe have been done and all of that. No, it's quite interesting. I mean, I'll go over this list again. But I mean, Samuel Atua Grading, General Secretary, my Food and Beverages Association of Ghana. Ora Atua Gri, Akwa be Ekosiise saying Suni.
Good afternoon.
No. Good. Good. Apomu ya there.
Nyanyato. But the one is
yeah, Danyamia say. Enra, me just say moje bread mitie. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia speech no ebi. Na bibi wo mu a wote ya na ebeboa mu association ni juma mu die.
Yo, that's very. I'm say the man of kind there. The TV very kaka. Now, in fact, if your friends in business area, no, and your friend is saying, Nima, credible name, I say, it's me, I good chance anyway. May I make a question say, you could have said all these things not on the political platform. Because listening to Dr. Bawumia yesterday, no. Who said he was trying to be like a politician. He's a fine gentleman, and some of these things you don't say it on political platforms because the twist, if you are not careful, will defeat everything that you meant for good purposes. I think it's not because we should be big right inputs. Or can we be apart from $400 million into Yambonsim, Emma. But you are claiming credit for that achievement. If it comes to the other side now, we say no, the president, the vice president. This is an admission that you are failed as a government. And whatever the failures are, I say also equally. But don't shift the blame on the president and the party, and then you stand alone as a vice president. I am out, the now. When you come out, you do better than the very administration now. What can one? You are work for Now look at it.
But in the speech, no. In the speech, no.
Now we decided to translate it into the local production, and baby, as I'm telling you, it's because you increase the cost of benchmark and the duty. That was the right sector. And now the cost of the cedi has become very expensive against the dollar. And Sika is ultimately cracked on your man. Akoso. We hear this now. We duties are what you shall, and I say, reporters on this animal. we may not need that important. But yeah, can say any proper assessment. You can $100 million. We should see it in the growth of our local production area. But the farmers are not getting the fertilizers to produce. When you go to the market, you say local rice, paddy rice, not for process. Yeah, it's not there. We have not produced or processed more than 500,000 metric tons of milled rice in this country. We apparently could do 800,000 of another 670,000 of paddy rice. I process now about 480 to 500,000. We have not gone beyond that. If you know, if you are starting yourself, it's an achievement because the 400 million have come down. It's because you increase the duty and the city value is not allowing for greater imports. That is all that there is. Or can we be to say, yes, the performance at 12 is 50%. A year, very good achievement. Mobile power, 2007, the city was 70%. And then 12 cities, 50%, and now 13 cities. If just do your calculation. Class 1 look at the only every month. Obeying 3 cities, 12 cities, the balance of 98% is the percentage of increase against the city. If you see look from the 7 years now, another vice president, the city has fallen or lost its value 98%. It will catch and say the city has lost its value 15% and is better than before. 12 literally, this is how we should look at it.
Yeah, but to be fair to him, hello,
far better than the way it was before.
Hello, Otemenka. Yeah, to be fair to him, I think he focused on the averages and you should nominal figures said he focused on the averages, no?
Yeah. Averages, averages nothing. The simplicity of the whole matter, you say, I was having 3 to the 50% for $1, 3 to the 70% for $1. Now I'm paying 12 to the 50% for $1. So what is the nominal value here? The thing has gone up. We should all accept. If you bring in the nominal valuations now, you then use technicalities to justify your increment. So you are the best. Okay. Towards the business people, we have lost money.
Okay.
So when this country wants this same vice president told us that what he said, at the IGP, at the key not to prison, there's no way the city can run away. At that time it was 5 cities, 70%. So
yes,
city Nicoya could do almost 13 cities. I was 14 cities before it started coming down. And then where it is. If you can't see the now is stable, I am stable in what sense? Has it gone back to the 3 cities, 70%, or it has changed? Look at the import duties that we have today. But you are part of the economic team, the head, that you cost so much less that we have to bring so many taxes imposed on the ordinary Canadians to pay so that we can raise money to pay government workers and pay for other government projects. If the taxes didn't come themselves, you created them and you imposed them on us. What can be better over we electricity, the friend saying 12.5% free one? Who bought it? It's the administration who bought it. The 19.5%, which we are paying 21%, 21.9%, it's under your administration that we are paying this money. So if there's anything to do, you go back immediately and then reverse those things instead of waiting for you to become a president. You are part of a government that has got all about all these problems. So if there's a challenge and you are telling us that you have to become a president before you can correct them, then that tells you that your incompetency has so many doubts that we have to question.
Okay. The other thing is, for more as Food and Beverages Association, no, more dealing in imports, and as a mono source more BBR from Ghana. How do you import?
Yeah, import. Yeah, manufacturing.
Okay. On the import,
manufacturing,
yes.
manufacturers, pay as much as the revenue that they pay to government is almost about 70%.
Okay.
Of their total revenue that they get as a manufacturer.
Okay. Okay.
If you come to the import, the import that we pay is also 100% through the benchmark values that we need to assess because of the invoice number. That's why I'm going to the next one. After you are saying, I'm a value, now which you are benchmark. If you look at the totality of all these things, and then you ask yourself, has anything improved? Maybe.
But
we have been meeting the Minister of Finance and telling him ABCD is a problem for us. Now, young man for freeway manufacturers, they more tax holiday. In Kofosoa, Omukran money by Namotoa, Omapan Kofoa, Omuyano official defense, Omucha taxes. Let us look at the way they operate and give them some incentive so they can then also translate it into expanding their facility, employing more people to work. All these things are falling on deaf ears. But
on those,
we have to wait for you to come as a president before you can then attend to all these things, which we have been speaking about for years. And you tell us that it's only one that became a president before. The problem that we are facing today is because your economic team has always recommended all these taxes to government. The Minister of Finance cannot come on his own and say, I'm increasing this, I'm increasing that. It derives from the cabinet level. And if it's a banner to look at a problem or one, there and there, immediately, you can stop it as a president or as a vice president. It's only when I become a president, then I will also go back and invest all these things. Then, what are you in this government? Resign and go. Then we all know that what the president is doing or the NPP party government is doing to this country, you are not in adherence to it. So therefore, what you waiting?
Very
well. Over the campaign now, power, so that when you come and you do the right thing, you are part of the problem and you have to solve it. Don't wait till you become a president. What if you don't get the nod as a president?
In the form
that we are going to live like that.
In the form as an association, all the reform ideas at the port, including the fact that Tema Port will be fully automated under him, a new policy of aligning the duties and charges at Tema Port to duties and charges at Lome Port, who are our major competitors, spare part importers, flat rate per container, and the flat tax regime or the EBEBA and all of that, For Mono, it means nothing to you, right?
Sir, what can we now? It's very good news. Sir, I will do ABCD. And then you look at your friend is saying the pros and cons now with the in Ghana here, we say that Ghana is the gateway to Africa. And I say West Africa. But within the sub-region, when you look at it as it is now, all the ports surrounding us are better off than importing. If you look at the levels, Ghana imports are cut down. All of them are moving containers either to Cote d'Ivoire or to Lome, Argentina, because they have better facilities there. So if there are any challenges, which we have been crying of, then this is the time you need to do. But when you stand on the political platform and you say that I'm going to do A, B, C, D, then you ask yourself, but who is there now? Are you not part of the problem? Are you not part of the governance system of this country? You are. So what is stopping you to do the things that you say you are going to do tomorrow? So must we wait till 2025? Somewhere 2026 when all these things can be feasible or may not be feasible at all. We were in this country when the president made the promise that when you come, industries are going to boom. So we trusted it. VAT was going to come down and there will be a lot of employment in the system. People can open their own businesses and do whatever they have to do. But the president came, and this is what we are seeing today. If you know, when you stand on a political platform and you make those promises, we see it as just a friend saying, a political talk. And that was not where you're supposed to go and make those promises. Okay. If you want to be a politician, which to me is not a politician, he's a fine gentleman, a scholar, and therefore you should be truthful with the truth. But when you join the political trader, what is going to happen is that you will be lying to the people to get power, which shouldn't be that case. It's not a vice president, He needs to stand alone and then campaign on what he thinks he can do. But never know can now you're ambitious. Okay. As I am saying here, because he was part of the same government, and he is part of this same government who gave us promises in 2016.
Okay.
And all the promises that they gave, ask yourself which of them have been achieved, but rather problems upon problems.
And for you,
I will take off this tax, I will take off this tax, I will take off this tax. For now, you will say it's a political talk. But if there's anything to do, you are in power. Do it. Don't wait till you become an opposition. You can do it now. Let them do it and let us see how best we can all move forward with it.
Very
but we can't say because you are campaigning to become a president, this week on he's part of that thing today. He should do it now. And the country will grow. He shouldn't wait to become a president or he becomes an opposition leader.
But there are those who also believe, being part of this government does not mean, on to take your ultimate decisions. What do you say to that?
How can you exonerate yourself from all this?
And yet exonerating. Being part of the government, as vice president doesn't mean you take ultimate decisions. That's the question.
President Akufo-Addo, just a few months ago, he said it openly. The situation as we have it now is not good. But when Bawumia comes, he will fix it. Is Bawumia not part of the government? He is the second in command. For some time now, if we are not hearing from the president or reports it, they will make him the president. So whatever recommendation of the member president, he will do it. After all, the president has said before, I went in for Bawumia because he's a guru. So if the guru comes and things are falling apart, who do we blame? He's part of the trouble. He should fix it. We can't say the president is your friend is saying, or no, or your mate. Or your driver's mate. So when the car is going into a ditch in a reverse parking now, you allow it to fall in the ditch. It's the direction that you give the driver. Because the driver is supposed to go forward and not put it in a reverse form. You are the mate, and you are standing there telling him that blah, 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 blah. It's one of the third ditch, you want the man in that direction. Whom are you going to blame? You blame the mate. What we need to do, he should be part of the problem. He shouldn't exonerate himself, take out the president, and then speak as he said, he's so clean. He is part of the problem. He has been giving the advice to the president, in which direction we should go. He was a former deputy governor of Bank of Ghana. He knows the in and out of the Bank of Ghana. So anything that goes on there, he is part of it. Anything that comes as a mess,
yes,
he is part of it. On the governance side, he is part of the NPP team. He is part of the presidency. He is part of the mess that we have seen ourselves today as business people.
Very well.
For us, if you lose money, then there's a problem. He shouldn't say, when I come, I will do this, ABC. Then resign now and tell us, the president, what he's doing, you don't like. But it's an admission, your government has failed. So you are waiting for us to give you another chance so that you can turn things around. You can turn it around when you are part of the government. Because Nanado is finished. What is he going to give us? Nothing. You are the vice president. Everybody is looking up to you. You are part of the team that is ruling this country. So therefore, anything that you do and say will be binding. You can call the vice president, the finance minister today and tell him, all the taxes that they've imposed on us. There are some of them that we can take it off.
Yeah, and
some of them we can leave it. Let's consolidate all the taxes. We are paying tax on taxes, which is not right. Which country does that? Say, tax.
But Mr. Agri,
tax now, another tax, the same. When this thing came, the emission tax came. It's the same as the environmental tax, which we are paying already. They give this one a different name as an emission tax, so that we pay.
Mr. Agri, what now me will start this final question. And for you think the vice president or yet number 2 no still has authority obey my finance minister say ye tax way free ho ne ye tax way for is that the argument you are making?
The argument I'm making is that when they go to the cabinet meeting,
yes,
the president I don't think sits in that meeting all the time. Every recommendation that they make, they send to the presidency, and they sign. The Minister of Finance is part of that cabinet.
Sure.
He is the one sitting as the chair. If in your back, it should be done. The president is just the president. He listens to Bawumia, what he says. If he is not being listened to, and they are doing their own thing, then why are you part of the team?
Why
and resigning your position as the vice president, so that all of us will know that you are doing this today. They said they will not take it, and so therefore you cannot be part of such a thing. But when you are touting the president as the best president we have ever had, and then touting certain achievements, say you have done so much, and therefore we should clap for you, and then when it comes to the mess, you say you are not part of it. Then what kind of person are you?
Very well.
It's a betrayal to the party itself. The party itself. If the party final came out on the political platform, you shouldn't do that.
Very well.
You should be collectively responsible to whatever mess that is going on. If it's a good thing that is happening, you take credit for it. And some of them, you say, oh, I've done this, I've done that. Was it the president who did it? But you said you did it. So why are you taking credit for some of the things that you have done? And then you are accusing the president or recruiting yourself from some of the things that we are all looking at.
Very well.
That we are calling
my final question will be, say, as General Secretary of the Food and Beverages Association of Ghana, political leaders most of them are going around. There's been a National Economic Summit. Former President Mahama is moving around. Dr. Bawumia Kasa Enra. Is there anything I might say from any political leader? Must say, okay, this is like a good policy. What TBB from any of the political leaders?
So far, Dr. Bawumia Pena Abba Alta on the political platform.
No, I'm not too sure about that because former President Mahama has been telling us about Nyoma.
Yeah, he's going around saying, but to say Mr. Dr. Bawumia, maybe he's here to come out to tell us because taking bits and pieces of that. On Nyoma Bahama, also ex-President Bahama, they are questionable. What we are going to do, or we need to do, as trading constituency, they should come to us and tell us what they will do to improve the situation as we have today. So that tomorrow when they come and they say, we can hold them accountable. But they cannot just go around and speak anyhow. That we will do this, we will do that, we will do this. All these things we've heard them before. And but when they come, they do otherwise. Ghanaians are wide awake. All of us must be wide awake. When they say something, we must hold them to accountable. And when we think they cannot do it, we should kick them out.
But what have you heard former President Mahama say Osei questionable? What?
Oh. The big say 24 hours or more can't say another problem. We should know how these things are going to be done. Because if you don't come out to say ABCD, and therefore you say 24 hours economy, how are you going to do it? You should come out and say it so that we can also follow the argument. But if you leave it blanket like that, then we can't accept. But when Dr. Bama was speaking yesterday, I said, why you now 24 hours when you put something on an electronic platform, even when you sit in, excuse me to say, in your bathroom, you can still work. Because the internet system will allow you. But things that you need to do physically, you can't sit in your bathroom and do it. You need to move to the location and then do it. And as to how you do it, you need security, you need so many things, you need certain incentives to go by. Because when Ghanaians travel outside this country, they work for so many hours in different companies. So, if you want 2 hours, if you want 1 hour, if you want more, you go to another place to work because you need money to come. We can do same in this country. So all of them should come clean. What is 24 hours economy? For us, if we understand, we are not politicians to come and put those things on the platform. If we are running a supermarket, the supermarket should be able to run up to even 2 a.m. because there will be shift system for all those who are coming in, and there's security for them. But if the system does not allow that, we will close at 8 and go to sleep. You see, but all of us should have a system where we can be able to do certain things that this country can do. Otherwise, it will be a big problem for all of us. We shouldn't listen to the politicians, the way they talk, and we say, oh, they have spoken well. And then when it comes to this implementation, it becomes a problem.
Very well. Ora Samuel Atuagri, General Secretary, Food and Beverages Association of Ghana. Mamena se Ora agree. Bibiani ebesia babidi nkomobio. Why?
Yes, sir, that's it.
Yeah, that's Papa Ekosiisen 94.7 FM. Inti Ora Atuagri and Moten Kano. For everything you've heard on our show, interviews, WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. And let's get to hear you on the interviews we've done. Me de kind to my name sir Lawyer Samia Uku will join us here, or parliamentary candidate for the NPP or Equiapim North constituency and a leading member of the Bawumia campaign. Wabekansa Ewustri any bedin komo area na afe the discussion segment no Ashesha so Miracles Abuaji would be here. Felix Kwachio Fosu would also be here. Moma yentie we Emra Yeba Yene Samia Uku edin komo. Stay here.
Medical school papa bi amet me di kofiako. Oh Fifi, anything na why we nimbosa no. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, a degree awarding institution. Our Ghana here. Programs to set Bachelor of Medicine and a Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Program. Again, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging and a BSc Health Information Management. Sa programs here na Ghana Tertiary Education Commission Agiatum. One bilingual curriculum no SCSO. Senior Beya, Obetimia consulting with French. Media so mobile na kra na ha mi. Sesia kra de, wo mo ya admission so. And one is over from. It was 0208 456 556. And now send one more email. info@comas.edu.gh. Put me also follow on. It was Facebook and our Instagram at info.comas. Comas, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future, a Pan-African future. Together, EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
One tough question. The ultimate game show is here. What game are you willing to play to win some money? What question are you willing to answer to win some money? Join us on One Tough Question, where the strongest and the smartest battle in quizzes and games. Don't miss the suspense, the laughter, and the edge of your seat moment with your host, Lydia Forsin. Showing Monday to Thursday at 9 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Dial star 759# to stay connected.
The Gopils lemon throat lozenges. Abro. Gopils lemon throat lozenges. Emma hoto wa minimu yaos. Emma sentrene ahoto wo ewane minimu yawa ebata ho te se. Yaria mwawa a edin yarewaba. Cigarette no. Ensano. Ene mframa asenso. One tentem so. Gopils etwa ewa ene minimu yaos. Gopils lemon throat lozenges. Eye mrel no. Chicha utekrema so. Bra woreta free wo wenum. Get set go. Enye mankola omundi influencia. Emene anase enre lozenges no. Se wonum na se wonwan to wa. Ene ko hu doctor Asempa Pharmacy Limited. And imported gold pills. Almost one no distributed. Here Chirakwine, Timber Market, Ashaman Runabout. Your pharmacies and over-the-counter medicine sellers. Open to do it to any afraid 024-705-3104 and 059-329-3734. FDA Aji Gedian Kratwe Atu.
Provident Insurance welcomes you to a new year. Remember to insure your new car or renew your existing motor insurance from the 1st of January to the 31st of March. You can win free gifts such as fuel coupons and several other branded Provident souvenirs. Rush for insurance cover now. Terms and conditions apply.
Insurance, your future happy day.
With Provident, man, you are covered.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football community.
radio, can actually borrow, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease. With a simple click, access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Any kunim dienkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na ye deposits ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Wait now open dien. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Na use promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit so. OneXBet mau be brave. Gambling one true tikani wa she ye. Nya ma wa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jane Krato we atum.
Senior won't you how Tibiano. We hear Syntax Tanko. Free say, Syntax Tank to me, Jine, a real sacra bia. Empire, ne bonus so ye kama say. When him say, Syntax Tank ne D can ye double ya tank Ghana. When him also say, Syntax Tank Korea, any D can ye tank muda hokai. Emu fite. Na say siadie, ubeti match size, color, type, biara wope. Syntax Tank, beyamau. Na nini ne chino, ekita 7 years warranty you. Wumpewe, na open dien. Frakra, ewo 0244 335 168. Kumasi 0505 555 666. Syntax Tank, emu dahokai. Syntax Tank, eye strong, eye tough.
Dachimbo Kanye, Masanso Ababim, Sese Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited. I am for Kramaye. Hey, Caneno, so Benya Sasi, ever a pre and I say Croupon, Nem Pobet Messu Deriano, a moon Samu Ayapi. Nanso Enadie, Kingdom Home Real Estate, SCC Adana Riekra, or 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom houses are West Area Waton, and a 2-bedroom apartment, Nina be Ewo, and Sony Kanya Sodie, a floor 247, Neba security some dia bambo, and yet Mudakra, CCTV cameras, extra Weshia, na a was serene environmental, a good weather condition pa. Dear Nijiri, dear Nikane say, so what's an estate anymore, not to the site, I would extra Weshia, a bit to say, a brief Botanical Gardens, Boti Falls, Aqua Safari Resort, and now so a Bentete Kwashi Hospital and so. Enti sa wuti Kingdom Home Real Estate dia. Na wuti ofia ankasa. Enti minu yanu mamufra buchiraba. Na mope baby a good weather condition wo akwa kwatena de. Mumra anaso pese otodan. Ede ma momu ni popi. Betre baby o masumba twu omo dia. Ene bra Kingdom Home Real Estate. Enya ira kwan kra. Ye obi ewa kropon ene bi nso wo abri. Ufri Adenta Aircon eye 30 minutes drive wo pe. Na wo mo adan no so de ye fofofo. Enti sa wo pedan atode a. Ene afre yen sesie. Friend Accra office no. E was 0240 521 276 and now so bit my friend a Cropon office it was 0555 612 611 Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited Kasa.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. And kunim di nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Now your deposits ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Wait now open. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Now use the promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit. So OneXBet mau be brave. Gambling one truth can wash you. Ninya mawa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jane Krato we atum.
Ghana Post. Hey, na no fe ukwanya kasa welcome say. Enya me brother Mr. Happiness na hame. Me see who say Ghana Post aye fast, reliable and affordable nti. Na say na numa ye ni de edwanya kuma me di e de kwama no e fa Ghana Post. We di ni nyina. Ene se wasa aswan masakodi dwa. Me de kwa Ghana Post yo. We Kobi kakra, Ajene kakra, Akantia so shasiye. Ghana Post.
The most affordable delivery option for food and merchandise from Ghana to everywhere in the world. Connect with us today and see for yourself. Ghana Post. Smart, secure deliveries.
Mensaka me package no. In less than 5 days, Ghana Post, they make life they big. Ghana Post will deliver to you wherever you are in the world.
As for the marriage, you will get the certificate before you get into the marriage. So you don't know what is ahead of you.
What would make your partner walk out of the relationship?
Probably when he finds me cheated.
Oh, so come on, if you handle the body or what? What's his waist size? It's in here. When I get home, I'll explain it.
Also, Papa, 2 years of work and 3 years of one year, say.
And you want to go into politics?
You want to go into politics? Not 5 years, not 5 years.
Right. If you love me right.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who then yes where you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anonso so say. Me feni na enkodan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
The contract and won nimnia ko. Ghana had here a ban of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye rocksters. Enfie be brain in a rocksters. Adi roofing sheet papa and who akadia asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Enia du fudi achi na nkotwa de bon ne nsunda achi. Fre 0544 338041. Say your metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and a POP ceiling there. Fre rocksters na won twa wontum.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa. Asempa, Asempa FM
94.7 Asempa FM. So near Ekosiisen Jumedi no asuguswa uti and check with your time 3 minutes after 4. A high Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma yenshana yentwa, so I've gotten loads and loads of your messages, but some few birthday dedications na fe memma lawyer me ewuku akwaba na yeneno enhye yenkomo no ase. Glorious birthday to the CEO of Magnitech Solutions here in Accra, Chairman Emmanuel Amenin. May the Lord perfect all that concerns you. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. Hashtag Ekosiisen, hashtag bold solutions for the future. Alex Martinson, Uwo Koforidia, and Udiwe Abre, Yedase Papa. Let me see. This one says, Obi, please kindly wish Stephanie Amponsa, a nurse in the UK, a glorious happy birthday for me. From Samuel Lawe, your parents, colleague, workers, and the rest of the family. They celebrate you today, Stephanie. Master P.O. London and Odiwe Brain. This one says, Obi, per what Mr. Agri is saying, that no candidate should talk to Ghanaians about what he intends to do for Ghana, because President Mahama has also been president before, and he had the opportunity to do all that he is promising today. Yet some people want us to believe Mahama, who has even been president before and had the ultimate power to do many things, and not Bawumia. Interesting perspective indeed. Emmanuel Ewo Takrade and on the way. But Emmanuel, and good afternoon to you. Mema Same Ewuku Akwabe. Let me say a big good afternoon to your guest and a handful, former player of the Black Stars, and also wait, so Obi, it's crystal clear that the political platform for the 2024 elections has been set on an elevated platform to start with. Trust me, the campaign will not be business as usual, i.e. name calling, insults and criticisms. Ghanaians are expecting a solution-oriented, minded leader to plug our country into the global economy. I'm urging the NDC to repackage or change their candidate to save him the embarrassment, since the new platform will be too hot for him. Just sit and relax for the man of destiny as he takes the country to the new world. Dominic Edria, or say Job Day Grounds, Ekosiisen so any. Sami Akwaba na apom te saying.
Major so Obi, Miss Mihun watch.
Yes.
Fancha kese so no emfi Frankatuni Ojinamuma, the New Patriotic Party. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia also so emre wone wetie for. Any NPP koma.
Yes.
Menna me mame Her Excellency Mama Rebecca Ekufuado so ase. Wa besi beautiful library. My constituency.
Oh, okay.
Ekropon. For now, we now are part of effort of the Rebecca Foundation, almost support for education and for the children to, for them to dream beyond the room. Because who kind idea will steady, it takes your mind beyond the very environment.
Sure.
It's Mama Rebecca, and that's the first and the only library within the municipality.
Okay.
And we want to say a big thank you to Mama. Maybe Mrebium, Yesungu Nesuno, so say or Sanswabe Boise, a health facility also in the constituency for me. Medano, Mamendana say.
Wow.
Let me thank the Rebecca Foundation. She's been an amazing first lady, and a first lady who has also left a mark. Osha, she has a unique way of doing things. She has a calm demeanor, and the approach to Niema is one of uniqueness. Penawasem, very reserved person, but very effective. And so far, Kokolibua, our facility almost our true initiative, and across many of the facilities and activities that the Rebecca Foundation are engaging in, not from government coffers. And these are things that she raises through fundraising effort from corporate Ghana, as she champions it. And she's been a woman, I say that she's also a champion of good causes, and she's also a mother of charity. Na Mama, that's it. Na Ghana for Befil, you may also be for Pi from 2025.
Echo. Yes, but on the 2025 in common, Enra Muputi together an event.
That's right.
To outdoor
more flag bearer to the Ghanaian people through the first major speech.
That's right.
I've heard.
I'm say mountain and it was important that he led the conversation. Now started conversation, as you know. Now if I finish, we break it down. From next week on, he's going to start series of engagements with the Ghanaian people. From the north to the south, the east to the west.
If in next week,
in various communities.
But how
conversation with the Ghanaian
how
people.
you the hype around the event was open your opportunity to tell the Ghanaian people on a vision
for Ghana.
In
Ghana's next chapter.
Ghana's next chapter. It was a tight rope because I know about the speech now. Some have said he's still part of this administration. But running common or J and Nimunyamano about the Enkoye Diana or shifty blame any other. How difficult was that balancing act for the Vice President General?
Well, first of all, how difficult you put it. You're to Obama Mampeni on the basis of the program, the vision.
Yes.
Our deba abibu online. Ubi bia o come Mampeni who you're for. On the ballot paper, you don't find a vice president, but it's a ticket.
Yes.
A president and a vice. Intino Mampenino ne die song and how bepese ube movie Ghana.
Asempa FM.
Ne Dana Kumaso. Ubesha Ekufuado, one of the biggest things on his heart. And Mano Babe Ghana Mampeni. And throughout the position was free SHS.
Yes.
Opa, and also industrialization. Yes. President Akufo-Addo gets the opportunity. One of the biggest legacies of Ghana Mampeni out here Kunyakesi is Ubi Jama Omaino. Will be free SHS, and at the marker will make it our education. We share President Kufuor, apart from the business side, one thing I need done was health, the health insurance scheme for the poor, and the free maternal care, among many others. Likewise, the Kufuor the Sunyama Baby, but me fa niana ijina hono it stands. Omo President Kufuor, awofwa ene ma. Enjoying the free maternal care policy. Years down the line, they became the first product of Mudura Ekufo-Addo's free SHS. It shows you the NPP governments, anytime we think beyond the ordinary and we take a long shot into the future. Let me fast forward and come to the event. His Excellency, the Vice President, has been a part and parcel of Ekufo-Addo, the Akufo-Addo administration and the NPP being in office. At no point in time did he say onka NPP and onka Akufo-Addo. But the program and policies are ye frank etuni or no ye to abamano ne die song and then ya no jidisi the nyankopon boanoa so de to epono. Sa policies no or the bar any programs no our for including the vice president must support that vision for you to anchor it to a successful end. And a vice president Ababe, leader of the New Patriotic Party now, President Akufo-Addo, the 2-term I demand no ebe. And nothing about Bawumia is talking about the next chapter of our development, be it democracy, be it economic development. And the geopolitics and Akufo-Addo, a changing field of the geopolitics. And near na a year ubet me ayen and rano, and I know it mean a sense it me bem. There were some decisions that we took in 2021. In 2022, you have to even revive it, reverse it. Because the changing field, ama a near menu adane ama hokwan for you to move to another area. Likewise, that was his performance yesterday. And I can confidently tell you that the president was even aware of the speech of the vice president.
And the content of the speech.
Content. The president, he asked his vice, he shared with the president, or also any swadi huno. So Nyankopon Boano nas utminya akonya no betwaso na adwuma President Akufo-Addo. It's only fair for him to say me ba me minya akonya ba. Say na me pese me. Ebi wo no mo a ebe different from also de no wadwen ene ususu ye no ne also the buy. And he shared even these key highlights and then the content of even what he wanted to
with
even
his
do.
boss.
With his boss. Not just that, his boss, some even key members of the administration.
Clearly, are you saying, sir, the issues of reversal of some taxes?
Yes, yes.
His boss was aware.
Even the finance minister, he's his colleague in government. He shared those things too with him. So on these ones,
I'll reverse e-levy.
These ones I will also differ because Mejidi said at the time no buy, it was a good time to raise revenue because now sebe ye fee COVID mo ayeba ye nisu briyen. We also needed to make sure say you're mobilizing revenue to keep the country going. The taxes need be more na important here the buy. But the fee say the economy is recovering. What are all the key indicators? And near money and what in 2021. In fact, the key indicator I'll give you an example. In 2022, Asempa FM on daily basis we were giving the dollar CD exchange rate almost every day. You got to a point the Koya could do even 17. But over the last 1 year, you've seen some level of stability. The businesses are able to plan. Kakra. Another example, you had the e-levy bar first, now 1.5. But the following year, it was reversed to 1. Meaning that as you are coming out of a situation, common sense also demands, that is what the government also did by reducing e-levy from 1.5 to 1. Now, Dr. Bawumia says, in Ghana's next chapter, one of the bold solutions I'm a bit taking, is to take away the e-levy. Because ABR, upon its trial and testing period, when we say a sanso at the bed and kakrato, the taxpayer about electronic transaction. But in doing that, we can also mobilize revenue from another sector to make up for the shortfall. One of those areas could possibly, and it is from the mining sector, for instance. What's the mining sector? These mining areas, say nsuomu no to agudie enem ben nsuomu a nipa no sebe ne ho no epo na ho nya odomakmade amano no eya asase ida se yedi dua nuane anase agudie a ehye fom no na wo to be to develop that area and for a common good and a omine. And cocoa ye one of our leading foreign income. But the gold potential, and in fact the reserves of our natural reserves, the potential, and I said the potential is in excess of trillion. Into Dr. Bawumia is saying, we can put in measures where the young people and people who are even in mining will not find it omus and no mujani. But train them our sustainable mining. Make sure send one more A2 no. We are able to get EPA, Minerals Commission, decentralized to the mining communities and the district. Nyombenya so are buying whether PMMC, whether Central Bank, and ASEMF. Niasi be caught into gold for oil. No? We use that to exchange oil. Niasi adi keep to also show up our currency and we will. What country to say Iran, in spite of the sanctions and the embargoes are western terms, like that of the Russia, my currency ain't mean depreciating much, my economy ain't suffer much because they use gold and the natural resources to back their currency. And Dr. Bawumia believes that nipa no baby otena epo na ho ntumi nkasa onkoche fish. Near wohono na esa obuanemum otimi ya ni na in destroy the environment. Also then you can have a district implementation team. They then plan, program and implement this reforestation, tree planting and a land reclamation. The man I've known him for years now. No? And yesterday I was so proud of Dr. Bawumia because every line item in the speech was written by him.
This 79-page speech, nobody
wrote even a paragraph.
Not any of his aides.
No. What can hold sometimes when in a bonk? After 2-3 minutes, that's very typical of him. None laptop, the bones will be. To when I say now since I will be so still on the speech. It's been work in progress for over a month and a half. And every day he adds on new paragraphs. Until he became convinced that because on one pro around the country, one of the places, Wauku region, Western region. Nam Honum Mekaipa from on our way in the Wasa zone, in the Memphis zone. Then he came face to face as well with some of the challenges of the mining communities. And said, these are places you can develop them with more money. Maybe we may not have gotten a strategy right.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that deliberately you cannot get the new strategy also right again. His thinking was that Bibi Biana a bit me abwa in these mining areas. And my youth no say we give licenses to only foreign companies. The illegal some mining. These foreign, you know them.
Yeah.
Mining big mining giant. But the area level, no, these people are not asking for equality like the big mining companies. They are asking for equity. How can the state also help them? Again, you can also cushion them with a good policy here, an insurance scheme. Because many were enough form. So what call assassination be enough form. But then the sustainable mining now bet me a year jumano, ye reclaim land, no, yes, planted trees was no. It also will help preserve the environment. Ono sweat me and need you yokutu and a banso santo. So that chain. And then also introducing the refinery of the gold. And these minerals in Ghana a game changer. Because the gold no to now beton, there's no value. It's only when it is refined and I'll be near BBF.
But no, we've heard that before.
It's
not been done.
It's in the process. I think it's in the process. They've gone very far. MEF, PMMC, they've gone very far. And I know that there are some key Ghanaian companies that currently in Pokrano, they are part of what is happening. If this gold for oil program is you have a certified Ghanaian company, say Gold Ridge also, aggregator. They are trying to get others to on board. They meet that international standards. We do not believe in impossibility. One word that any NPP book will say be impossible. For the NPP, we believe that once there's always a will, there will be a way. Yes, so Busam said, Matters and for the conversation has been said, I say, Yekoshiana, Yemani Nano, I said, President Kufuado. No, President Kufuado, the program are party a support to win 2016. Or the Tuga, the nation backed him. The next set of ideas and any vision for Ghana, or the to Ghana for in 2020.
2020, yes.
And on a Ghana for Sans to Jina so at the man of second term. Other than that, then people wouldn't have won a second term. But the president is elected on the programs and policies or they to move the country to its next chapter. And clearly, once he won that election, it's because the people believed in his program.
In 2020.
And yes, there's a amount of man.
Yeah, but there is another election coming up. So what's your food and beverages for now?
He's almost quite an interesting.
Yeah, almost the vice president is still part of this administration.
Yeah.
If our policies we now many tax why don't you do it now?
But I know there's some macacho. Me say every time you have an administration.
Yes.
The head of the administration wants a set of programs, the priorities and policies that or no one now be much
yes,
or the better dashboard,
yes,
or the better tunseniani.
Yes.
At the end of the day, you be needing any ministers and I say vice. And the Kufuado administration, you be needing. And also believe we say, look, we're not the best marble at this point in time can move this nation to the next level. And another has taken quite some bold decisions in the past. In 2020. When the whole world was on its knees, Obi, Niama who said Adiani graphic was that what Uniampo crying in TV now to mean channels. Either some of them are bacho, no mabacho, no woman. And now Pocrasa will be with through somewhere. It separated families, it separated loved ones. When I go COVID, in I think late 2020. After the elections, we sure say jubilation in Nankofo Pusti Bimami. I was in one house with my wife and kids, but now I was communicating with them through the door, the window. Masa, nti omo de niam akra be brewa. I said the drinks here the lemon cause before they crying ayedro. Nya brofo ne dey bi. Tell ye we garlic now, we lemon now we say. And only the baby, and yes, any pan no be a 2 no the amount. Medoba strategy the distance. I mean, I'm just letting you know the kind of situation we were in. Even media houses, many of you were not even operating in full capacity. Churches, totally locked down. You be in almost 25, 50. So clearly, something was happening on earth. Obian world being said we're going to face that problem. Until that time, Akufo-Addo had a choice, either to choose human beings over the economy, or to choose the economy over human beings. Leaders made choices that year. Omo making the wrong choices, they suffered for it. Before we said Donald Trump prioritized the American economy because America's base was his strength, our economy. Millions of Americans died. He paid the price for it. Spain and Italy, they decided initially on the economic route. Then they go overwhelmed. Doctors had to choose who to live, who to die in Spain and Italy. Ghana had to make a decision. So Akufo-Addo choosing human beings over the economy had implications. But the implications, now you're better than losing human beings. And the implications too were that you were breaking the vote at the bank to save the lives of your people and to protect them. And when people talk about Bank of Ghana even running an expenditure in billions near there, what they forget was that during the total lockdown, and as workers were not going to work and all that, government was still paying them while they were at home. I hope you know.
Yes.
Civil servants were being paid. Meanwhile, the 8 to 5 was not happening. But this was a government who was...
and people have raised that issue. Yeah. From that same COVID, there were some inflows I mean, including charges at the airport. There was even the introduction of a COVID levy as part of taxes support from IMF, World Bank.
You're talking about the post-lockdown period.
Yes.
But the monumental losses that we made when you closed all your borders, land, sea, air. What it means is that Bibianko and a Bibiama. One more shipping your macra brown, and just a medical supplies. Anything that was going to keep the economy going was at a standstill. And the citizens, had to improvise. Ubetimi and once the rubber now saw as a sudden your washing and cry woman friends.
And Veronica Bucket.
Ube them 2-3 months down the line. Ube baby now with the Veronica Bucket. A improvement of Bakubi de people kept improving. Companies had to even divert to produce sanitizers. And all. So it was like yet them one and as a face mask. We moved even to use our own local ones when Niana Ye Krano MI. So the economy itself, took a hit. But post that, we said we can work again to rebuild our economy. And look, the glorious days of the MPP, 2017, 2018, 2019, we inherited an IMF challenged economy.
Yes.
We did not take the country back to IMF and Sanani Eba. But the moon one, we worked hard. We are sweaty. Akufo-Addo worked day and night with his team to make sure that we're able to implement a major government intervention since independence, free SHS, giving all children of school-going age our person call school to us one opportunity to continue. Obi, and ya this year can encounter baby out. Nipa be brave or dreams, akom dream. The most fertile ground out there with ideas, a cemetery. Ubo's nani dream was to be like Obi, as you know that cemetery. But when you boa for person say sebe near semenum kra ne yefan show school. Then he moved on to industrializing Ghana. This one district, one factory. He may not have completed almost all the 250 something plus district or municipal. But what he has done is to set the foundation in excess of over 170. But I know say nyame na dom am yetimi awie almost all. What this does since a rural urban migration bridges our gap. Into Dr. Bawumia has been part of the success story, part of the challenges, and then he is also determined, because of the mill he's gone through, the experience he's had, observing as a vice president, participating as a vice president. These are my solutions. Look at
but how about if Ghanaians are suffering now? So traders, maybe I'll say traders say Niomo Muyi were poor duties are costro. Na Bawumia a solution to that in the proposals he made. One of them the flat rate.
The flat rate for 20
for 20
or
and 40 footer container.
Why
is that not being implemented?
And also making our port competitive.
Like the Togo. And then the Union is
but I
why
think
should
that,
it be 2025?
So Nearman is that this discussion now, once you are setting the tone for a debate, it's a to be, no. Like they say, it's a conversation we having. Okay.
Yes.
When government introduced the emission tax, there was uproar. 15% on electricity near there.
Sure.
We've had uproar. Government now has to go back to also make sure they renegotiate. I think all is also in an effort by government. Say, IMF program idea one question: how do we meet the target? It is good that you are bringing these suggestions up. Dr. Bawumia is not saying that he has not made proposals to the administration. Yes, but they're collective responsibility. If more cabinet, we be a baby and the better send boss Becca said, no, let's be bold, let's take a day a bit means I'm meeting your targets But I'm confident as we even go down the year, when things begin to also get better, while some of these policies simple can come into effect and send at the new NPP administration again in 2025.
But the other thing, and it's now Bawumia again STT vision. One may who say the content of that speech and run the boss aware.
Yes.
Meaning so the boss discussing the as we sit now the boss in him say ebia or bar e-levy for example Bawumia ebetwe ede free ho obey emission tax, and he made the point say obeba na say da so ho nko ade obey ede free ho and say woni Gutafo din komo only
Gutafo and I mean one more where they are
no more point they say some of the things they've been saying so
for them no the proposal the bold solutions
for them, they are happy. Oh, you saw the word excited excited about
and a good one of your biggest arm about the trade sector.
Yes. But I was sure to say food and beverages association.
Yes.
Also, questions and I say one. Say if there is any mess in this administration, Vice President Bawumia cannot run away from that.
Dr. Bawumia will not. He cannot. He will not try to dissociate himself if the plus or the minus or the challenges of the administration. And then he could have organized a program which was not an MPP program, where the leader of the MPP, a leader, comes with a cocktail. You face challenges along the line. And where we've had challenges, he admitted it. He also believes that his speech traveled a journey. What we inherited, and started by saying, no cry kono. Penny Yera Jomahama. Also, where the Yadia were treno, and Namokra Nihon, a two don't pay tear, Mamoya Cosa Shamoding. Say, Kankoso. What you inherited, what we did, and where we want to go. Into where we want to go was also his concluding part.
Yes.
What we inherited, he also took time to take us through. Our success story, what we also did in our glorious years before COVID. No country has remained the same post 2020. Obi none. To the extent that Utmi do abroach some of the countries are bread and eggs and milk as our shelves. No country has remained the same. No, none. Almost all countries grew in the negative in 2020, with the exception of China. Because China grew, I think, just a little, about 3% or less. Almost all countries on the surface of the earth either grew negative and almost komechi. Into Ghana was no exception. Whilst a wufi muba, Nana Enyasa Russia, say Ukraine was one of the leading producers of wheat and grains. Say idea could be a wuya a buyer. But say the impact of COVID, even the IMF is estimating say it will take almost a decade for we to get back to where na ye na no. And you mu beye ding. Dr. Bawumia Jitum say asetena mu beye ding. Or say we've had people suffering. Na enye joke obi obeka cho say hakuna matata, no worries, nani memwago, nani pano on take Ghana heavy. But then as you move into the future, you need people who will be willing to take some bold decisions. Say, well, you bet me a cut way off, but we can also focus here to generate some revenue. Your port to make it competitive for your port to be active. Levies need be on my see making sure say Togo for the no more. You know more that part. If you know more that part, people will not go to Togo or send their things to Togo, then come through even our unapproved route. Because of the far unapproved route to Bawaboka, you won't even get the revenue even at the checkpoint. Into where Lucy at the port, was send Lucy to at the entry point. And then also going into the future, he also believes that look, where we have gotten to now, the world is not waiting for Ghana to catch up. And it be more friend artificial intelligence and a digital world now a woman. Dubai to almost see a digital tech city. People have moved to the extent to say they have Nema that can work without somebody even touching it. He also spoke about the business friendly climate of Asempa. He spoke about say, oh wana Jerry. Every day be almost Nipa office. You can have a system where also at least the company should be audited once every 5 years. And just a Nipa no you bear audit on the BBC. So the BBC there, then it means that I see a keep an eye on you. But say Obi, if I file in Niama, Nipa no be file who na also we faceless. Inti Obi me mekas me hu nanim na me penasem. And I have to see his business go down. In that case, the criteria and the systems and the set of whatever you want to do is there. In Tinipano, we're meeting a tax obligation. When there's a rebate, when you're a tax rebate. But this system where almost every man, now you bet just me book, I say a constant harassment and it's not business friendly. That, let me be very honest. I had a discussion with some key GRA officials, and they said they've also had that feedback. And it's also something that government has also complained. Said GRA must take a second look at that posture. What banana pano de ka ebia 100 cities. What say bia say no? Me pese obema memre na ma chimo etuetu ankaka. Yes. And you better than beka say true to say what you. Now on Tony man we den class and boa. So these are some of the ideas. The man, Dr. Bawumia is not just making comment, and I'm happy. I'm happy. I also saw in the area of sports how you can get the private sector to also show interest in developing sports. My main 5 video was also on chairman Abema Baby Jet Asamoah Gyan. He was there as well. And then watch out for Asamoah Gyan. Watch out for him. I met him at Canon. So, I mean, Jen.
Let's say I'm parliamentary primaries.
Watch out for Asamoah Gyan. He's a man of ideas.
Baby Jet.
And once Dr. Bawumia loves people with ideas. So watch out for Asamoah Gyan. He's his good friend.
Sports minister.
The minister. I say watch out for him.
Very soon.
And very soon.
But before you continue,
he's one guy who also has solid ideas.
Asamoah Gyan.
Solid ideas in the area of sports. And he's an iconic figure. Love him or loathe him, he is an iconic figure.
Asamoah Gyan.
And I think he's one person. He should show interest in policy, not politics. He may never know.
Is that coded language?
He should show more interest in it. Because they say our he should also be able to contribute these ideas, this network to the development of sports. I think so.
Asamoah Gyan.
I think so.
And we should watch out for him.
Watch out for him.
The question I wanted to ask is, and because you are an insider, you are part of the people managing the campaign of the vice president, in 2016, pre-2016 elections, Vice President Bawumia was the poster boy for the NPP's economy. And Olidi communication on the economy.
That's right.
Pre-election 2016. We need power. 2017, 18, 19, as the data shows, no, Nanyoma epic, 2020 air ban, Nanyoma take a downward spiral. And people think, say, a lot of the things he said about the economy, the more may achieve.
He did, and a lot of the things he said, which are the 2017, 2018, 2019.
Yes.
We implemented most of it.
Except that's only 3 years out of 8 years. No, I agree.
Predicted.
I agree with Intam Kesiane, but the reality of the Ghanaian people and it's things have gotten bad, and he being still the vice president now, he becomes also the flag bearer of the NPP. It is making new promises. There is an issue of credibility in there.
I don't think so at all.
Don't you think so? A major challenge for you going forward?
I don't think so at all.
For him to sound believable to the Ghanaian people.
First of all, when a man speaks from his bow, when a man speaks from his heart, one thing with Dr. Bawumia is he's not fake.
Okay.
What you see is actually who he is. It's not a compliment, it is a fact. His love for people. That's who he is. As a problem solver, that's who he is. As a solution-oriented person, that's who he is. He has to fake to be in a certain space. Now, let me take you to the very question I will be saying. Ahead of 2016, NPP anchored our campaign on the provision of jobs, free SHS, industrialization. This has been a government that has provided millions of jobs, but the unemployment rate in Ghana is still huge. So that is why the biggest room in the world, the room for improvement. Number two, we'll share that of the economic issues that you also raised. Cumulatively, we achieved, so let's say, look at the macro and the microeconomic indicators. We share agric sector. We share the manufacturing sector. You grow almost all the sectors until we had our darkest hour. But our darkest hour, and that's what President Kufuor was saying. Was saying, idea it take a global form. And Kufuor said the geopolitics, and it is a baby economy.
Yes.
You need people who can see into the future and propose solutions for us to go into it. Baby, I know as vice president, you're in charge of government's digitalization drive and agenda. You go to DVLA. Wabuawam in implementing a digital agenda.
In general, all those initiatives
our boboso where near the man our no swashim. Okay. When you are president, you are also in charge of everything.
Yes.
On only near Penny Ura John Mahama, who is his biggest opponent in the election. He has not been just a vice president before. He has been a president. If he has been a president, Onono cannot tell you, so okay, maybe Bamumbe president, and I meet me, I see. He has had an opportunity that he could have implemented everything. The only person, I say very few people, and I'm going to go through that where almost all the decentralization processes. From an MP, deputy minister, minister, vice president, president, former president. Then coming back. Into another, he's had ample opportunity. He's had good opportunity to also to have implemented Yemeni Nedana Komaso. But there be a Nina won't be or time.
Yes.
But near that Komaso be a key, when you are president, you should be able to do it. Ekufuor had a shot at it, or made the free SHS and the Bebremo. Or the Brel.
Mahama would also argue, say, major infrastructural projects.
Every government ben no buy or no see Konko.
Now, some government be any cycle interchange.
Now, Pokwaza is not done. We find the term end of the motorway is not done.
But you've heard the argument around those projects.
So what I'm telling you is that I don't quite alone. Government be about no administration score zero. Robert Nassau always try. As commander-in-chief, he's taking some decisions. But open impactful initiatives and a project. If I have given ambulances to all the constituencies in Ghana, a major intervention. If on a single day I provided jobs for 100,000 young people, an intervention. If every year, 300, 400,000 young people an opportunity to go to school, it's an intervention. In Tiniama no can, you know, say President Mahama can say so. No, so I said no problem. I'm not here to sing NDC's success or but I'm here to also let you know. Say we no near the boy no tare hon as vice president. No wait media ye. Na emomo no me beye mampania me ameti me. So the election is going to be between the past and the future.
But let me ask you this question, Ansana, and because of time, if the vice president knows, sir, when you are vice president, your powers are limited, and yet decisions will be taken. The close to 170 questions, how the man, your friend is saying.
His Excellency
now other man as what?
Sir, Obusao now swabe yano. Sir, Pakwesi Misata could have answered.
That's a Pakwesi Misata was not president.
Sir, and then I sent on Uyano. So, Kemis me power the mammy as vice president. Metmedia is exactly. That's what
but he asked those questions, expecting, sir, Pakwesi was in charge of BB about the economy because of vice president.
Bawumia Obusano. Onwa buhun kontanra. Accounted for his stewardship as vice president. No has his personal experience, professional experience. Near Jazania wafem no didn't near who and in a wire part has informed or no so more or the abwa abayan. This zipline thing, and he told a story that I never knew.
About ne papa
and thought say if Inka you had some medical drone services here.
Yes.
Many others could have been saved.
Okay.
As a problem solver, Okofa Sankrofwe by was one of the initiatives that when Kamala Harris, by US Vice President, by who praised Ghana for, and says America is even now getting there. Inti Ofa and Yemani to say his background about the tech thing, about the economy and the digital space, and then Osha Ghana. The infrastructure about the fiber optic, about the digital space. According to a year two, it's far more in excess than any government time or by any way. So no the man. I had to say the biblical story of Papa Bia no to coin or man ubia fa we and tour
Asempa FM.
Obi the nedia ko chef. Obi the nedia ko ekudidwa. Obi the nedia ko so by any na no abohon no. We had a story to tell.
It is for now, after this speech, Waka said, now you've introduced him to the Ghanaian people, the vision to the Ghanaian people. What's the next phase?
Next phase
stakeholder engagement.
The next phase is he's going to have an engagement with the Ghanaian people.
Engagement in what sense? Because we see former President Mahama doing community debates, whistle stops here and there. We see identifiable groups.
Obia on a campaign strategy. NPP will win 2024 on strategy.
On strategy.
We believe, say, you can't say we communicate with clarity. Now, face we are the share to form ye. We will win in the ring. We don't want a second round. We don't want a second round. You be ye jumading. You the strategies you to form for us to deliver a win in 2024.
But you think, sir, if we put the two leading candidates,
the two northern leaders,
no, if we put the two of them to that credibility test, because some have said, sir, this election will be about credibility. Because fortunately,
personally, I don't think this election will be about the two parties. I think this election will be about the two candidates.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying.
It will be our policies and programs.
Sure.
You cannot just tell me, say, what are your solution to solve the problems that we have at the black side? So the local players. That cannot be just a policy. The local players, what has been our focus on how they are even being prepared. The local player in Ghana, that's
what he was focused on.
What's the infrastructure? Thanks to President Akufo-Addo, there's almost 10 youth resource centers, state of the art. Until now, you also have to make sure that you are getting these youth resource centers, revive your academy football to grow these homegrown players. Then what is the nexus between this academy and our quota and your kind of first? in supplying these teams at the middle, the Premier League divisions with the players. The player management fairness and structure of the footballers. Footballers, excuse me for this word, they expire early. By 35.
Now,
now pension. We are pension 60. No, footballers pensions 35. What quite anymore 37. More crumbet if you can do is there. So we are more. There must be a policy backing everything that you're saying, and there must be a strategy backing. And he said you run a lean government. Dr. Bawumia believes that with what he has seen,
50 ministers and deputies.
Yes, he believes.
Was it not more than 50 ministers and deputies?
And he believes it is possible. When he decided to contest, but now studio, people didn't give him a dog chance. They said that NPP will never failed an ordinary. We have failed an ordinary. NPP will never failed a non-Christian. We have failed a non-Christian. Kufuor said this is a man on a mission and a man of destiny.
A man of destiny.
Inti only a bosheba, come sheba, a contester. You have to re-strategize, and it's somebody who keeps his calm when there are issues, and he thinks through and gives you a solution.
When we put the two candidates, said the worker said it will be between the two candidates.
The election,
to the credibility tester.
Yes, I think my candidate will, because yesterday he's given a good look. I had several messages yesterday, and some even being critics of Dr. Bawumia. One of them told me, I've never bothered to listen to Dr. Bawumia in full because I was disappointed in you guys. But I quote the person. Yesterday, I was very impressed, and I think I'm having a change of mind. Another person, another young person. I now my imagine saying me in Twaba. As we say, they make campaigning rough because ideas we know they bar a bit boy in there. I'm campaigning.
Does it be any penny MPP?
No. These are people. Some of them are floating, and the middle class will be a battleground. The young professionals, the middle class, and then because UBF be a crashing back home.
But they also are the most disappointed people.
I say these when you are getting feedback from this your core base, then you are getting somewhere. It is also clear. So said the NPP has demonstrated the last two elections. Yamana is clear. So we are capable of winning elections. Into first now the criticism against us and say and NPP for omnima members omnima elections. See yetimi say elections yeni mu wini by campaigning hard. And amemu no so yeni mu. Na mesra ye nuanom communicators. Say ye penny ne de onono ne vision aba. We anya atemde. Let the conversation be civil.
Okay.
From both sides. Now ojidi say wo penny no betimi any different. Let's disagree to agree. But yempe cutting a solution and your money be moving forward. That's what President Kufuor was saying. Into NPP funds, you better communicate. You ne Ghana funds be din komo. Ewa ho brasiem. You ne Ghana funds be din komo. Ewo nidi ekwanso. Na yesu nyuma ya ye no yetimi achire mu ye. We will make NPP proud. The goals of our party. And after to the founding fathers of our party. And the Ghanaian people will make you proud in 2024 December.
By winning the election.
Winning the election and rolling out Ghana's next chapter. Now, me assure say this covenant keeping God will keep his covenant with us.
Same me na say, afina a friend is saying campaign no intensify until we would have another chance of talking to you and talking to the entire campaign team. And I would want to believe say or pound the campaign team then so home tomorrow.
Oh yes. Very well. We had a privilege and in a year Juma my head of the primaries. Yes, so candidate.
Sure.
Into Rose be a player in the past during the primaries.
Yes.
We may not be able to play same role.
Yes.
Because you pay me for more money at the same time. And I'm confident that he will also make some good choices. Especially the peninsula so be to me so lead the campaign. also partners or many bias and the various structures of the party.
The campaign manager will not be you.
No, so maybe a candidate.
And I say, I know the
vote for me here. It's all could be so bad open,
But you play a role in the campaign, the Bawumia campaign.
Already me play a role. There won't be no I am boy didn't play a role. Many cabo money squadrons, a play role. Or Parians and so our money virus money, even good fellow Muna.
And you still play that role.
Play a role. But BBNA said ye chechi mono. But I still remain a very key part of what he's doing
of the campaign.
And of the campaign.
Very well. So me and Nasi, I see in Komobio. Yeah, that's a pass. Samia Uku and Yatin and Kano and Che. And congratulations on so on your call to the bar.
Lawyer Obi said that who were called to Obi Abre. Obi, on the no Jojo Kaka, Emfa. I'm requiring whom a real size and so me alone.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. And yeah, sorry, Adani and we bar. Fellas Kwachiofosu will be here. Miracle Sabuaje would also be here as we go deep into the Bawumia speech. Stay with us.
One expert. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Download the One Expert app now. Now your deposits ninya 300% bonus. It will make you 3,445 Ghana cedis. Wait now open. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Now use the promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit. So One Expert mau be brave. Gambling one truly can wash you. Yeah, man, what would if you do what? Hear me, Commissioner Jim Kratowe.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football community.
They can actually borrow.
And podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease with a simple click. Access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, body and menstrual pain, cold and joint pains, loss of appetite,
for New Year DBS Industries Limited for say one more board down is summer free. I want in the year free Bonto. Niana sober Tom roofing sheets a papa. Woman dear drama sunimu biabi. One more baba boss from kama. What yashi? Ain't you waiting any jism? Woman to miss from what the free estimate from OCCA. Account number no 0240-844-444. Kumasi so dear 0506-004-141. Dakra dear 0506-004-242. DBS Industries Limited. Roofing Papa fee. Semi sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi missing. And mommy confidence. The money nyina.
Se wusia ama na me sifite guso na mesrea. Eya wanwahu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E sin ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Me de magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me na no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso etibi na ma. Na me sit 32 ni na guso.
En kaneno ania mamenum di bidie twitri yense no. Asaya bebie mu. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E mana hoden ne sayi nkabia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enunti mu amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba mamo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG
Kel happy smile.
Enkratoi FDA ajiatum.
No matter your size, duration or preference, there's an option for you. With Flame Condoms, protect yourself, turn up the heat, and enjoy maximum pleasure. Give her an experience of ecstasy, exotic and extra pleasures with studded and ripped textures, vanilla and strawberry flavors for essential high, and a delay gel for longer pleasure. Go harder, go longer. Do the most with all the extra Flame offers. Keep it lit. Turn up the heat. Get your Flame condoms from pharmacies and over-the-counter medicine sellers. This advert is FDA approved.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise afa our no TV. Aya this satellite, any ultra panels, abomuma
Facebook. Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayo mwa, eni omunidra. Sausu na www.francotrading.com. Android app. Aye Franco Trading. Instagram. Aye at Franco Trading. Nani pabadi fwa dosunti. Franco. Edi momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby. Nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco Community 1. One waterworks ne here. Cycle. Aye opposite Odor Rise. Madina. Aye 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa Franco ye opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And our prayer number is 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise.
Still phone Papa Fie.
And you're not going.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
Hey, Pedro, Nansen, who ya Pedrianu?
Ama Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules no me no me no. Menu mo atosoma. Ena Nansen wo se obesore na me na ho. Eya na me kwa jogging. Ahoɔden na bedwa. Mitimi nante afuru sane a. Menti brebium sanse. Emoja ne timi free adwuma. Ana immune system no so eye na adwuma.
Kingdom Herbal Center for Dre. Ena wudi ho adanse no.
Men na mese wo se de ofura mefro wusane nso a mesane.
Anya kwadwo mesme dia asem asio. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules na daroma. Ene abama yo Besima.
Oh, you what? Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules, dry. Food and Drugs Authority for Ajatum, a boost to immune system. Why can see a boost for obesity, wordropa, any rheumatism, arthritis. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules. More to Enko Kimbelin Avenue, Okaishi Drug Lane, Ewo and Crime. Drugstore BMU with Sabetimia Kebi. Etima Free Kingdom Heba Center for 0275 804064 and 0302 938153. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules.
No challenger.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football community.
Radio, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease with a simple click. Access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Minya, Aqua Safari Resort Nancy, and your mamma come is soon who may or Aqua Safari Resort for phone and show. So, what do Aqua Safari to my phone again, Nigenis at Joe. Now, what do 24 hours bachelor no at show? Ya in nature's from go and swimming you may be able to say jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and a cast net fishing. And in Naka, you made your wood Pierre Aqua Safari. Mark 24 punch for no found go for taste of Mia every year. Who no one and no man who rather professor. I don't know one diagram now, Mawendiani. Me mom dear, me ni just wrong. Na means me trains a mess with Chaco Aqua Safari Resort view.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Ani kunim die nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na ye deposit ninya 300% bonus. Etu me do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Jack. We na open die. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Na use promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus wo first deposit so. OneXBet ma ube brain. Gambling one truth can wash ye. Nya ma wa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. Suni Ekosiisen Jumedian Wasuguswa Utieno 5 minutes after 5. Ma Memfan Tuja na Munina who say Honorable Fellows Kwacho for Swabe Kansai studio Asanso and Dennis Miracle Sabuaji will be joining us in a moment. Now Iswe say Asem debut or where was the 2 Munina Muniman Sana Yashasi Kra Edi and Komo. You get the best returns on your investment when you invest with iVest, a Iswe product for crown modiaba Iswe iVest, a secured fixed term investment from Iswe. I amount so much more. In fact, say Ukra 5,000 Ghana cedis, which is a minimum 5,000 Ghana cedis for a period of 3 months. In Faswa Ubenya was necessary and so increase your earnings by investing over a maximum period of 12 months. Times are hard, yes. So invest right. Open an iVest account today and invest your way to massive wealth. In Tianano, for 5,000 because now the UNI be 12 months. And as if 3 months air corner. Faswa Ubenya was necessary and so the iVest, real value for real people. And the one is way ending Komosisia 0596 914 843. 0596
914-843. Frɛ neka say over 5,000 Ghana be dawo. Ba pese unya secured fixed term investment be now the shame na where you any after some time we secure be so. You can also test iVest to 4993 to get started. Izwe, your trusted financial solutions partner. Izwe is a member of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation. Ejuma is when Ghana House will be him Izwe, Ejuma or more Eddie and the credibility or my building over the years. Into the Sika Kokotoha, you are safe. Utimi etumo eda. Na and a Ghana posting so the Asem Debia Base and the more man in your madekwa bruche or Nioma Kakra or Ghana so this sunny or the Koma Unia be a woman on the Omame or Papa be a woman on it. Fako Ghana Post Office be more de Bekwama here. Say Oben Nam now Sraman for so Munyin Fa Nioma and come out there. Be Ghana Post at the Ghana Post Parcel EMS service na aba fast, affordable and reliable. Emfa ho say food items kotodwe bode bayere nwa na apesa wo de kom be package de kama e de akwama say entire na apesa wo de kom de be kwama bibi up to the free Ghana hakobia. Ghana Post say nioma no mu de be call UK, the rest of Europe, USA, Australia, South America, Asia, and Africa hampono baby a de beko amount. Inti bomoden na triban Ghana Post Office be a ben say woni o many person de ko UK on beje e de akọ amount. Number obefre won 0542 527 004 0542 527 004. Now only Ghana Post any encomo for secured and smart deliveries in the Monshan and so Emfa MIA. Ekosiisen so the higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Mamin saying Timubio wa won't you and the Izwe the iVest aba a secured first term investment account. Izwe actually uba bebia na skakakra with to my fixed term for a minimum period of say 3 months or a best start here swaba. It would say 5,000 Ghana cedis for koto. Nema hobe abosome miensa ebe start aswaba mo start at e dey utimi nya abotre kra na 12 months and beyond kra de na atadwe wate denne e Izwe iVest ho asem na make catchewe number obefre won 0596 914 843 na only one Eddie enkomo honorable fellas kwatio fosu akwaba na pom te say
oh yenya obi
bibia boko
nyame adam sa afimu nyina mema ha
dabi omaha constituency boko.
Oh, how you boko? Waka constituency as a media. Maminchia chairman Amponsa.
Chairman Amponsa.
Oh yeah, branch chairman wo Asebu.
Oh okay.
Na
okay.
Ochiremu a nipa abodom pem. Aben efidia hodo etie wo pa e wa Asebu. Nti na wo se nchia eko e ma ba constituency ye boko.
Ya da nyame ase.
Nyame ya adomu a megidi se bibia be koye. Ma sha ase amebo entwa. Na negoso ene omanfo wa Asebu eche nsempa.
Yeah.
I'm saying no bi agi tumu se MPP amanyoko no se no maye no e wo soro ha. Amemu troka. Amemu basa amemu a ama oman no ate akonachi. Amemu a Ghana fo nyina agi tum including Dr. Bawumia se enkoyie a edi aho kire ohia eye Ghana sikasem a enye kra wo yabakose mu the worst economic conditions in our history abano ombeyen sachire mu
Asempa FM
am say yen as NDC dey say ya afamudie na ye kire Ghana fo enyuma pa ye wo e de ma wo mu no kro mu say yabakwasem eye papa e bro NPP fo die so bebre me say me ni asam ye wo ko kan ensem bi aba record and track masa hwe obi is it your free be objective analysis obi any wha outside of rabid MPP phobia me nipa kakra bi a obehwe Bawumia ho na wahwe mahama ho akasa okoto aba Bawumia. It will not happen
really.
Na sa Bawumia only credibility. Where is the credibility? O kan asem a wugidi anyejie and na ye be call your analysis. I will show you why.
Okay.
Look, and now I will show the posture. The reason why now I emphasize say your vice presidents na only decision making powers no was an implicit admission say abana money home thing. If the government had done well, that caveat will not be necessary. The other can say because of your record in Timonto Mami and Amewa. Logical. Only say the average electorate anywhere in the world So we ruling party candidate now begin a bar. Yeah, say aban na woman no more than more no to Obama. That is how the average electorate makes the decision, and he knows very well. In fact, on one kasa ne surrogate Kofi Bentil. On one say Bawumia is not the favorite for the 2024 elections. The reason is that aban woman na more thing. On one surrogate Bentil okay nyam na mekan. After saying say Osmote Bawumia no, he added it. Why is Bawumia not the favorite? Obi, all the credible polls are in Ghana, outside Ghana, even on scientific online polls, nipa show my drink shows you say John Mama is leading the polls. Why do you think it is so? Why do you think it is so?
Because of the performance.
Absolutely, it is as simple as that. Sana assembly. We are candidates. Now we are BEMU. In fact, even if you are not in government, now we are ruling party candidate. The decision will be made on you based on Abanye Teswa we are member. It's as simple as that. And one thing about Bawumia, it can be 2 months ago. And on Mama Kofi Bentil fly the first kites about whether or not he can be associated or blamed for the woes of Sir Abanye. Oba and a man for trouble on the pa and a bay now watching or Sandy Baboom. In fact, the first one can be a article crowd because as someone can online and pass. It didn't make any sense. Look, the narrative Nipa it is a Bentil air driving on. Dangerous.
Why is it dangerous?
What it means is that Amanyoko bi eni wo ba ba mu a obefi abem mu. No matter how bad they are. And MPP they have been particularly bad. They have been spectacularly bad. The very worst government ayenya e wo Ghana ha. Obi eni. That is the reason why they are trailing in the polls. Until all that the party needs to do, they say, Omepe nipa fofraba. No abeka say, I was not part of the decision making. That is the logic of Bentil's argument. It is a dangerous narrative. It means that you can be able with impunity. Send the MPP ne Oma Banye. What to me say or mine is kasem. Proye can dream ne kakashe to me koso. You can destroy independent state institutions. Harass nipa. Do whatever you like. Yet you pay. Now we are what candidates. I'm gonna be catch yes. Electorate they say now on can decision makers. In fact, truly speaking, nipa mi na mi hu mo people na go meet nyakasa. Kene Japan and Kwabene Japan. Yes, they were the only two who could genuinely say they were not, because at least Kene Japan they in him say. Long before Obi declared the intention to contest, he was publicly expressing a disagreement
with some government decisions.
Absolutely. The same with Kwabene Japan. In fact, Kwabene Japan, they started when Akufo-Addo was then flag bearer.
Yes.
Good. So they can legitimately say, yes, we are a member of MPP, but I disagree, and this is a record.
But with what the vice president said and how or presenting a narrative, say number one, fiscal policy, finance minister, monetary policy, Bank of Ghana, and then a governor. He was specifically put in charge of leading government digitalization agenda. And a record in that sector and what he's done.
First of all, that record is bogus. I would systematically demolish his claim. In fact, I have a 20-minute video on my Facebook wall. Obi or interested, I should listen to it. In addition to that, there's an article, Dr. Manibu.
I've read your Manibu article.
Yes. Who to me read this article? No, in fact, Asempa Bawumia can seriously. There are specific untruths I can. But let me come back to Asempa Walker say.
Yes.
Obi, him fana Akufo-Addo say or the digitalization share Bawumia. It kind of say you agree. I also agree. Say about Benwa, the president has ultimate responsibility.
Sure.
Sure. Jobemo will be a delegated functional responsibility.
Sure.
Because of that, only by Adrian said, Onono Kasa, it represents the policy of the government. Okasa, it supersedes anybody's voice. It's the Akufo-Addo Bekano. Emuodu, said SN the Bawumia Beka, SN the Miracles Beka, or anybody else in the MPP. Into a then Akufo-Addo aka about who is managing the economy. If 2008, 2012, 2016, it is a matter of fact. Say Nana Akufo-Addo aka kyerɛ yɛn sɛ senti okofa Bawumia ba ne sɛ opese ono no behwe sikasɛm ma no. There are at least 4 videos eya dansedie trodo was asemi. It is not in dispute. Any kind of what business did Akufo-Addo have? Singling out Bawumia for sa role, no, if he didn't need him to do a specific job for him. Number 2, I have already told you, so because Akufo-Addo is the boss, no, what he also says is final. Akufo-Addo, in March of 2018, our parliament doing the State of the Nation address. State of the Nation address, no, it is the most important statement the president makes in the whole year. Or kind of parliament, a house of record. So it is a matter of record. 2018, now Akufo-Addo, while I can't 2 years on a election, he didn't have any political motivation for praising Bawumia when there was no need for praise. Say, Bawumia call election, but in 2018, Bawumia was not candidate. Akufo-Addo be can say. The economic management team, Bawumia, he described him as a brilliant, strong economist. Or seeing the leadership in T, the economic management team has risen to the occasion. Now, the results are beginning to show in the economy. So he was praising Bawumia for advice. Akufo-Addo's word is final in this government. If he says, Bawumia is in charge of the economy, that is the position. And what the why? Bawumia nankasa nenum nsem put this beyond debate. On first 100 days in government, let's put aside the fact say in opposition, he led their charge on the why Anthony Akoto was a more experienced economist. Asempa Bawumia, Professor Jambafo, and many others, including Ken Ofriata Papa, Jones Ofriata, were seasoned economists. But Akufo-Addo singled out Bawumia and charged him with engaging the Ghanaian public on the MPP's economic positions. Bawumia Babemu, the first 100 days, on what to Nenumutu, and introduce the economic management team. Catcher and say they were a stellar cast, solid team. Na omo achi dollar no ejina ho ede na to fiase ede key nama IGP meboa sabi medituosi Bawumia ti so so nkasa asem no o say we have arrested the dollar and giving the locked it up and giving the keys to the IGP and yes no kai
Asempa FM
Obi EMT, what is the full meaning?
The economic management team.
Management the same as advisory team. Listen to the nomenclature. Management, economic management team. Bawumia nkasa afi 2017 oko America Bochimem edumeko bi from Center for Strategic and International Studies CSIS and the platform say on make bi faga na economy. I'm going to quote his exact words. I say they have a first class, world class economic management team that meets every week to take decisions on the economy. Decisions on the economy. Osafo Mafo, he is a former finance minister. In many ways, in terms of the performance, there was no bebre. I say anything Bawumia has done, and that is economy. On what I say at the EMT, no Bawumia 1,000. Na yemfa aseda mano for where we are now in terms of the economy. Obi. After all of this, Kofi Benson Bawumia and before to say Nkwala. So they come and state these positions that do not make sense. Say onim economy no and that he is only in an advisory capacity. Who commends an EMT head for merely giving advice? Say on my advice na yamfa Akufo-Addo bebo na baso. Nti Akufo-Addo no say Bawumia man advice na wamfa obo na baso. Does he congratulate him for giving him advice that he has rebuffed? 2019 and 2020, Bawumia lead EMT no in town hall meetings. First, to project economic outcomes. No, say papa. And announce decisions. I want to announce the reversal of the benchmark revenue. Reduction of the benchmark.
By 50%.
Was that advice or a decision? Samira Bawumia or Bawumia. There's a video of her in 2016. All cast a new chrono with him dear. Sikasamutu Tuyanti and none of the best saw economy in ye. Nobody spoke about advice. It is a post facto rationalization if you I am submitting say to your Mokasado is because the economy is in terrible state. And Bawumia knows that he will suffer the consequences for it. And nunti na omo distance you am free. Now say entesa Inti Abraham Bawumia okotam 170 questions. Ekoma Misata say answer. In what capacity was he giving to Misata? If you know say vice president no or the creative piece ebo last of us say be impedias and fast so be any so send your government no ka kire na. Who could be some question here then? Why didn't Bawumia go and ask the decision maker? Whoever he is.
Asempa FM.
Inti ma omu say ye yankwala. Obi you and I know. Say economy no ko ye na. Nka Bawumia will tell us that it would have been his number one campaign item. So, say, almost say, or minus let them not come and insult our intelligence on top. Yankwala. Sabi impediasa. Momu say nyanse nigana futrim. It is bad enough to destroy the economy in the manner you have done. But it is insulting to try to run away, flee from responsibility. Apart from incompetence, there's a streak of cowardice and irresponsibility in this conversation. Say, I'm in charge of this now, and but I have capacity because of ABCD to resolve it. Leave the electorate to your friend saying, decide whether they will give you an opportunity despite the obvious failure. Why, Mama Baya now, doom so, Mama never apply a school to travel memo so. Obi. I am said, Mama, the doom so by. It is ignorant talk. Anybody who knows the history knows that and Tasumu. But he could have rebuffed criticism. But Ojitum say, I will take responsibility and get it done. And nothing I'm going to phone about Chairman or resolve it. In December of 2015, and now Bawumia say, or no, I'm going to solve doom so. Meanwhile, the same person, or better not joy from studio, I'm a Korean and catch and say doom so as well. Or say, oh, we should not give credit to Mahama if it is solved. Inti, on the matter of who is in charge of the economy, I have given you 5 reasons why Asempa Bawumia can no credit. Asempa Bentel Air can no credit. Asempa MPP propaganda is not can no credit. It is a fact that the president is the boss. But President Akufo-Addo Ankasa, I'm a young the person he has put in charge. So digitalization idea we a afterthought. Me, I was deputy minister for communications. Almost everything that is done in that space never fully under him. Even me go to me with these things. Since here we January fee economy no acco digitalization. So say economy in here. If the economy was good, it would be his trump card in this election, without a question. Obi number 2. I am before ka. And say the previous excuse na COVID ne the friends.
Sure. Russia, Ukraine.
And the third one about Bawumia is not in charge never. I dismiss those excuses too.
The global pandemic and the war in Ukraine.
There's a fact that there's a global pandemic. There's a fact that there's a war in Ukraine. Fact for Ghana, Ukraine trade partners.
But we buy wheat, flour, and all those things from Ukraine.
From other parties. The point is that there's no country in this world that one can say COVID not affecting, including countries in West Africa. And ya COVID in tea and the economy no good. It was irresponsible, politically motivated decisions, elections related decisions. Because Cote d'Ivoire, we managed COVID better than Italy, US, Obi. Or the capacity
in
that
terms
the
of
US,
the decisions.
What is it? What decisions? The capacity that US needs, you will be in terms of healthcare. Say, Nipa 1 million who Ghana, our country will collapse if what happened in Italy and the US comes here. Shock absorbers of money, you be. In this house, let us compare ourselves to our peers. Cote d'Ivoire, they had lower infection rates, lower deaths. And so, in terms of figures, evidence, there you can say, extrapolate that they manage it better than us. Yet Cote d'Ivoire economy no engui. They are nowhere near the turmoil we are in. What can we see? Omoko your friend saying IMF. Mr. President Kufuor call IMF under his tenure na your COVID na. The 17 previous times I call IMF and the latest one near COVID na. So an IMF decision is not coterminous with COVID outbreak. A regular thing in economy is over time when they are in some form of defense, they need some form of assistance. The true situation is that in 2020, election year, no, they overspent. The deficit, no, and now Bawumia said deficit near 10%. It was almost 15%. In fact, Okoshe can offer Ankasa the budget review year in July of 2020, up again at 11%. They did close to 15%. Into COVID and Ukraine cannot be blamed for the Ekosiisen. A managerial irresponsibility, fiscal indiscipline, the desire to win elections. Into almost say sika basa. Ye whom dear Felicia Tete Ekachere or Northern region. Sasika no mutesema, where did they get it from? Omuma Obia 170,000, 100,000. Where did they get the money from? SNS and the Sikama amount for some of the mom loans. People who have not even solicited for little no Sika. Where did you think it was going to end us? Almost on your first term, no, we did so well. Mr. Samuel who can say your friend saying glory days. Obi young and this day we didn't have a first term. It is only young people in your first term. Now, what are the so-called glorious days of the first term, economic-wise? Growth of 7%. Your friend saying deficit of 7%. And only glory days, the best economic period in about 40 years of Ghana's history, between 2010 and 2012. You see, I say book no lie. Obi, in 2012, your growth was 9.2%. Bigger than the biggest MPP growth, 8%. I know it was forecast by the World Bank, said because of additional offers have been, we will get it. In fact, we call Ghana Statistical Service website is here. We can share economic outturns for 2018. They stated said there was an 80% growth in oil production. And when a man growth rate no course. In 2010, we grew by almost 8%. In 2011, they had 14.4%. Non-oil growth was half, 7% of that figure. 2012, you by 9.2%. 2012, now your debt to GDP ratio was under 50%. Now see the 1.8 to $1. Inflation for 33 months continuous. Now a single digit. Your public debt now a more 40 billion Ghana cedis. Your debt to GDP ratio now a new 50%. How do you compare the outcomes of 2017 to 2020 to this and tell me they are glory days? Unfortunately, more journalists so you don't question them. And now, air to amount for trim. Boasting with mediocre outcomes. And now I'm to say about me, I say, Mama catch and say, or catch say the meat is down to the bone. 2016. So that's when you know correct. Okay, no, January 5th, 2013.
Okay.
He could only have been reporting on 2012 figures. 2012 figures, these figures, do they show an economy in distress? He was speaking in relation to single spine a day unforeseen burden, because President Kufuor Jamaye, without any preparation,
Asempa
without any
FM.
preamble, 1 year into 2 years, any BFI. That is what President Mama was speaking about. But in terms of economic output, figures in Mabama, how can Bawumia look at these figures and tell me, say, we left an economy that was in tatters? In fact, even 2016, and now so I can say, we left a deficit of 8.4% in 2016. And also, it's a blatant lie. Obi OTMBia can go to the Ghana Statistical Service website. And the compute economic data. Deficit, my mentor said, calculating a difference between your revenue and expenditure expressed as a percentage of GDP. Who calculate a fact? Deficit for 2016 now a 13.92 billion Ghana cedis. Your GDP for 2016 now you 215 billion Ghana cedis. Where your percentage calculation now is 6.5%. Nti Bawumia ka say deficit for 2016 8.4%. It is a blatant lie on Kano Crane. Obi, your debt to GDP ratio for 2016 it was 56%. Your public debt, Bawumia nankasa no koye public lectures and showed it on events and projections. Or the projector, a project go war Central University. Now a 120 billion. Exchange rates. Now a 4 cedis. A basic 4.2. Let's say 4.2. Interest rates was around 23-24%. I could go on and on. Obia obefa the economic indicators and at least end of 2023. Our catcher will say that economy was better than 2016 or your truthful. He is peddling a blatant lie. Obi, your debt to GDP ratio last year 104%. Ekani year was 600 billion. Even that one, it was without SOE debt, any contingent liabilities. Exchange rates no in November 2022 it could do 17 cedis to a dollar. If we 6 cedis to a dollar in 2022 January to 17 cedis to a dollar, and no was the most catastrophic collapse in our currency. In fact, me, based on my knowledge of Ghana's political terrain, I can tell you that the people who have decided to vote against the MPP, they made their decision in that month because of the extreme hardships that they bring
in 2022 December.
Yes. In fact, Kenya Japan shares the same view. Obi, inflation. It could do 54%, which was hyperinflation. If exchange rates, no, it was because they unilaterally decided to say, and now stabilize kakra. So they actually comparing that to President Mama na Ochia external debts.
Asempa FM.
The worst economic outcome in Ghana's history. Yes, sad debt default in Yandan. Say yen to me to ka. Bawumia in 2016 no in a platform so S3 and say yen B minus credit rating ti ya moye homodin. Yeah, the default yen to me to ka. Omo we and almost say bondholders because of that inti sika is on the mom no fam into omo ye debt restructure as a financial haircut. Ama nipa about 1.3 million we could do. Meno ka say omo pa external creditors shall so omo fa e ka omo de no omo mpene ma ye debt restructuring. Ame no so kra no as of now no omo so reach agreement but we don't know the final defense e be fi mo ba. Obi a hwe sa economic outcomes no ka kire say they have been better than Mahamadia. The person is lying. Odin tro. It is a way the person put in charge of the economy.
Wrap up for me.
We are the person put in charge of this economy. Now, these are your outcomes, sir. Now, me say Ghana for share against the person who has a much better record, even as vice president and head of the economic management team. Then you are deceiving yourself. Obi, final point. And the other points I will make when I come back. Okay? And now about me, I say, Ombe created 2.1 million jobs. Again, I have a video. I'm here. Oh, Metro TV. Good morning, Ghana. It's on Facebook. People can watch it. But when him say in February 2021, Minister for Employment. In fact, I don't know a year employment figures no Oshaso because he is directly in charge of employment. Okwa vetting February 2021. Okachre vetting committee and they say Oma created 3 million jobs in their first term. 3 million jobs. This is February 2021. Minister for Employment. The same Minister for Employment, 15th September last year, Okachre Ghana for say Oma created 5.3 million jobs. Bawumia 27th April 2023. Say Oma created 2.5 million jobs. And then Rankwa also created 2.1 million jobs. Obi, say MPP before created 2.1 million jobs. I can assure you that based on available data, there will be no unemployment. In fact, in Caribbean deficit, as a man for fear butchery, let me show you the evidence. Ghana Living Standard Survey 2012, almost as a unemployment figures in terms of Nippon Kenya, 1,027,000.
That's for 2012.
2012.
Okay.
2021, the most recent population census, the figure was 1.551 million.
Who are willing to work
between 15. 15 years.
Yes.
They are eligible for employment. If you've created 2.1 million jobs, and only 2 years ago or so, about 1.5 million people and then there will be a deficit of around 450,000. I also see a company per baby. Those figures cannot be true.
But on my source, say the SNIT data, well, those are verifiable. So
private employment no many.
Sure.
Well, look at your interest rate, almost 40% a few months ago. Share the dollar. Baby, how conducive would that be for businesses to expand and even employ people? Abino directly, what have you done to ensure employment to that extent? Even sir 1.2 or said or see if you are buying, where is the source? Or my figures, that's all. Now so bet me about Asempa, you have 50 employees. How do I verify that? I'm challenging you should produce the names and designations of those people and where they work.
Those who have been employed?
Yes, because you see, when compared against other figures given by, unless your attempts at the employment minister is wasting our time. He is the man directly in charge of employment. Osei, my 5.3 million. Dr. Akoto 3 years old.
Yes.
Also, by car, baby, say, planning for food and jobs. Someone for that's about Omudu Menibu say Nipa 5 and 8 more. A year, that is employment of 7,050 people, 750,000 people. How do we allow such deception? To be honest with you,
very well.
Bawumia, he does not stand a chance. So I must say.
In 2024.
Because of his abysmal performance. Now, abysmal performance no crano and no nanching. The latest attempt to insult the intelligence of Ghanaians and create the impression say the Akosu Nano Unim Moshe. Now, look at this bit about say he will scrap some taxes. Obi, you and I know. We 11 1 or 2 others fewer. Most of the recent taxes, about 40 of them on the about since 2017. Recent ones on the buy are IMF conditionalities. Bawumia, IMF, the only person who is on record, at least his public statement showed opposition to the IMF, finance minister. He insisted, said he didn't think we should go to IMF. He stated it publicly. Ne deputy John Kumaso Kembi, I'm a man for cry, didn't know financing. Bawumia never told anybody say he was opposed to the IMF. In fact, the IMF team we know for a fact so much needing. It's we are head of economic management team. Also answer to cabinet. You see, I almost see EMT no, they are only an advisor to cabinet. Ministers say what EMT no, so they are also cabinet ministers. Wrong. Into who we are, you go and report to yourself again in cabinet. Where is the evidence of any dissent whatsoever on any government policy?
On any government policy
in the last 7 years. Now, say I'll be president, you tell us that you are opposed to this, you are opposed to that. E-levy, Mr. E-levy.
We'll come back and then we'll look at Neoma Afi or say or
exactly.
when
so
given
really,
the opportunity.
Look.
In the miracles, I'll come back.
Credibility.
Very well.
In some work, he told us, say, they will do differently. If you move the debt from 120 billion to 600 billion, why are they? Who will believe you if you tell me anything again?
Medase. I'll come back to you, Felix. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. The Felix Kwachio for a former deputy communications minister and the parliamentary candidate ma NDC Wabra Asebu Kwaman Kese, and I one of the aides to the former president John Dramani Mahama. Miracles are quite bad to say.
Obi, yes.
Yeah, Danyamia say.
Ja, Ohesenia. If you and Dr. Babud Bawumia, wouldn't be say we were and this for skin Nasia. Or to say, Omunine. See, maybe Namiti Felix, we better Metina. You can clearly see, say, this is a political party that was empty in government. and then they still remain empty in opposition.
But as I watch reactions to the speech and across the border, a positive, Mamu.
Absolutely. You see, the people of Ghana have learned their lessons. The Ekos were almost fear lessons. All this blabbing, you know, you won't be there. Their fellas here knew. The ancestors in year be 2007 2008. Fellas' ancestors. They did it in NDC4. They did the same thing in 2008. When they took over in 2009, by the time they were living in 2016, this country was on its knees. The boss. What your kana Bawumia. The boss. For the entire 4 years, the boss by a president Obi. 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, not even a single year new improvement in our economy. In fact, each of the years got worse until we went to IMF. He's right. Say, between 2000 and comparatively, so compare 2010 to 2012 to Omomuhua, he's right. Under Professor Mills, for almost about I think about 3 years continuous, Professor Mills recorded
single 2 years.
Yeah, about 2 years, right?
Yes.
Obi, ever since Professor Mills, may God keep his soul. Unfortunately, former President John Dramani Mahama, I do my wish and for each of the years, the economy go worse. Each of the years. Sure?
But he makes the point that our 2 year stability, Now JM the head of the economic management.
JM, which year has JM ever been a head of economic management team? President Mills,
vice president.
President Mills economic management when the members of the economic management team. When President Mills was in power, did you ever hear say President Mills economic management team way their head and away their members? In fact, you interviewed a friend and saying Dr. Dufo. Didn't he tell you that John Mahama wasn't the head of any economic management team? He told you here in this seat. The video is still online. So what are you talking about? And now there will be a fellow back here. You interviewed the finance minister under Professor Mills.
Yeah.
The man who steered affairs under Professor Mills, who told you, say, John Mahama was never head of any management team. He was never a member of any economic management team in the first place. And you are here saying, say, Felix, see. But he's lying. Before you interviewed him here, the video, I even shared it. Wasn't before the finance minister under John Mahama. Mm-hmm. Didn't you interview before during his flag bearership way? Didn't he tell you, say, John Mahama was never
Asempa FM.
And never any head of any economic management. In fact, Professor Mills and Bresso, what's the economic management team? What's the did you hear it? And don't let me digress. And then you want some count. You see, this time, we are not like our ancestors. So, people for the new generation, Gen Z, we are not like our ancestors who would clear the path for you. Obi, it is a fact. A matter of fact to say, John Mahama was vice president who was never anywhere close to the management of the economy. Then eventually in 2012, unfortunately we lost the president. And then the vice president came to tell us, oh, maybe vice president, Mr. Shemo, Madaroma, Momamin Tuasu, Monsieur, maybe, I just say, and fellas, one can some say, and some days say, and a Tuabama Jomama. Obi, the kind of economy Jomama ebe so mu as president in 2010 now between 2012 now inflation now about 8.8 2013 your mama the got 13.5 2014 or the inflation got 17 2015 or the got 17.7 2016 or the got 15.4 whatever the case is the inflation that your mama inherited in 2012 was between 8% to 9%. Ever since he became president, for each of the years that John Mahama was president, inflation got worse. Not a single time in Mahama's presidency, not even 1 year in Mahama's presidency, to me, the inflation ever under control. In fact, inflation climbed from single digits to 13.5 to 17 to 17.7 to 15.4. Bam, in Edukora IMF. Not even a single moment in his life as a president can he put his chest out and say, Ghana for me bedi or mampenino. I didn't miss someone and I'm with the mammy and me ye be paying. Me to be ye bibi papa ba pe. And based on that, into no motion so ye day into Obama. Obi. So the GDP no normally you can pesa ye de oil de no kra be dey. E be kan hwe 2012 Ghana's GDP with oil was about 8.42%. Without oil was about 7.83%. 2012. And this is the economy. Your Mahama Ebeji ya obey president. Nti me fa say 8.42, 7.83. 2013 or the cost 7.24 with oil. Or the cost 6.69 without oil. Obi 2 years down the line, just 2 years down the line of John Mahama becoming president. You know? Now we're moving Ghana's GDP now. It was growing at 8.42%, you know, or they call 2.86, 2.49 in 2014. 2.86 with oil, 2.49 without oil. In 2014, just 2 years. Just 2 years. 2015, it's also take off him, equal 2.12, 2.13. Obi, throughout the month's period in office as president, the economy went into turbulence. This is a matter of fact too. Not a single indicator under John Mahama as president did we see any single improvement in our economy. It was as a result of shambolic management of the economy in a sikakra of the better fuel, diesel, a good generator, a power electricity, America no. Almost of you so let me tell you, when we were in opposition, we were constantly on record telling you, say, the crisis that we found ourselves in Ghana had nothing to do with capacity, any generation. It has never been. Because all they did was that Omokwaman said just so eco-free generators. Are you now aware? Are you now aware? Power purchasing agreement, and you're free, eco-free. It was easy. They went out there during the crisis, told people, say, Munim, Yepekania, Mumesiba, Yebetua, and Kakrakra. Obi almost see generators, no bebre power plants, no bebre across the country, and it was easy because they were not paying for it. To the extent that do baby no obi, na capacity no cry, power plants no cry, no power generator no cry, broso. Itomu to besi ho. Afe oma to besi wa isa odo usika akoto BMW. What to car na wie no. Second nankasa ntumi nsoro no pa yedai, enko ntumi mfe nsuo ngumu yedai, e fa nkwa bonten. You need to buy fuel into the BMW now do sika kwa yedai akoton we mpo de because what bon wa say we economy na say nti no when yes kekra nkoto ade no uko free ye a yeguso yetu anka yeguso tu anka yentu anwie ye uko free ni nyina aba yeguso tu anka yentu anwie ye wo de ba wie no fuel la wo de begu power ni no bi unni sika wo de beto. And that is the reason why we slept in darkness for 2 years. The only reason why we slept in darkness in this country was that this incompetent NDC, they are blabbing, talking plenty. When they had power, they couldn't do anything. No? When they had the chance, all they did was that in our crisis moment, no, omuko free power ni beguho, omuko free buy and obi. Aka, I'm friend say, fuel on the tree fuel, fang, war, we be good generators, no more power electricity, obi. Just because of fuel, that is why we slept in darkness.
But by the time, no, na. Without any addition of generation capacity, no, anchor resolution of the problem. It was money was a problem, and then you
see, we are not foolish.
Yes,
we are not foolish.
Yeah.
If you go and borrow somebody's vehicle to your house, and doesn't mean say when you're home, ukosere obi car ebe si ufia, and not just say when you're home. And say obi, but no we fine pamwa. And to open BMW na make one seven. Oba no, umachi wo. Ope kwa befa so obe tukwaye free koko memri akọ Madina ina oba me ho ina mede me BMW no FM wo ina si wo fie afi wo soro no pa e kwan be na BMW no befa so do akọ Madina wo se ma solve problem no nya sabe no wo obi asema wo ken pay we akola akora ka che no be die ese se wo tukwan kọ Madina ese wo nya car na wo de kọ Madina first of all wo ni car do be to car no second wo ni car so do be to fuo na mom me ya wo nua me ya wadanfo into ba me ho se me fa me car na mfemo ena me de car na femo car ne be si fie no afi o so no pa sika o de beto diesel egubu akomade na wunya we se ma solve problem no. Which kind of childish a friend is saying explanation is this? We se ma solve problem no. Eti car ne be si won afi no pe bia sorry a na wo hwe car nanim enso wa ketre fie on to me komade na no we ye catch up akwala ban. That is the image you are painting for the people of Ghana. We You catch a collaborating. For 2 good years. And I had the capacity buyer, and the generators buyer, and the generators buyer. Obi, for 2 good years. For 2 good years. You couldn't give us power. Only for you to leave power. Now there is electricity. We solved it. We solved it. You only managed to solve the electricity crisis when you left power. Fitimra NDC fear abaimu ekoye. When we say energy crisis, what my way? So how come the entire period we had a crisis and they were in power, we never had that kind of energy crisis? Doom so. What kind of childish explanation is this? Obi, asema make about doom so many brisamo. These guys they take us for granted. The NDC take the whole country for granted.
Tone down, Kakra.
See, Obi,
childish and this
Obi, because Nkwofu wuye. Obi kotemana koshe. In fact, some factories were converted into churches. Nkwofu edda, your friend said theater, so I was surgery room near Doom Kania, near the torchlight. Obi, didn't you see it? People's education got truncated because they couldn't have energy to study. This is the kind of ayakayaka dia modi efemu. You have the mouth to still be talking. On ferry. Let's move on to other. The fact of the matter is that John Mahama as president was symbolic. He was incompetent, and the figures are here. His entire 4 years in office, he took this country down the drain. Ushe dia or inheritance here, and dia ojama here. Obi, it was a complete mess. And here former, and here sika former, sika kakro mudubo mo akwama no obi. Oji fi omunsem. Ohia ni bi wo ha obi wo ha ne fie hu. Akoda na wie school no. Ekoy obefa so ode akoda na be ko next level kwa na odwe ho. Enti teacher training ne nursing training kale last time me catch wa ha se me when I completed senior high school I made twa me was nyina me ko do fie no. My grandfather also we dey PTC be for street. Because PTC dey onim se wo kwa o sika sem ne ade de wo benya bi. Ebe mu kura ho a obi eya college ni musika nko no mo do toto mo hu nyama no wie school a o de siesie ni dem. Oba no be gifie here for mansem. Here for market dey fie. Obi, you sat in office as president for 4 years. Every year you were churning out 135,000 Ghanaian children. Omu to be school mun kwan enko because of nyoma mienu. Ebi mo omo awo phone diska. Eni omo a obi school adan no eswa nti ntumi inform hwe Okwapman school. Ene the number of students omo for Okwapman school are double. Nti kan omo 1,000 today they over 2,000. And the reason is simple. Okwapman today can even pick 3,000 if they have additional infrastructure. The reason was that throughout the entire 4 years of John Dramani Mahama, the schools did not have infrastructure. And do you know what he decided to do? They decided yes and say, Obesi school daya dormitory bianca or asasewa kwan so 2 kilometers away from town. That nobody can go to the school till date. Because 2 kilometers from town, the community cannot access it every day because only a day students. That is the reality. That is the man's scorecard. By the time you were leaving office, businesses had collapsed. Businesses were stressed. Well, in the year 2015-2016, I'm sure you remember, public sector workers here, Juma 1 year. You bet you are 3 months. Okay. I'm sure you remember. Public sector workers. Me, I have people in my household who were affected. Oh, yeah, Juma 1 year. You bet you are 3 months. That is your scorecard. You were president before. You have been in that seat before. Why couldn't you do these things when you were in power? John Mahama, His Excellency, any NDC for say we have forgotten. Not to digress. Andra, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the Ghana for Ekasai, Edim Komo. Enobi, what's here, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Komodi, and DNS and Akasanisuko, and Ghana for reacting now. I'm not surprised saying this for a room skin and Omo Kikimu, because the man is futuristic. Ne level of appreciation of the Ghana issue and the Ghana matter is one that is unmatched. He is not on yet the typical leader on Nama Otieti in some Otese Kotokofa shares or semi Kotoko. Otese blasters are bought Asha one or say blasters here, the Omulus was a major way for. He's not that kind of leader. And Drano, he took us on a journey of where we have come from as a country. Bibi Ayaba Babe Drew challenges I encounter during the period of our last 8 years of trying to revolutionize, how he believes, say, as a person, as a leader, he will be able to take us to the next chapter. Let me put it on record, say, sir, issue of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is trying to disassociate himself from Nana Dono. He has never said that anywhere. Facebook.
From the economy and the EMT.
He has never said it anywhere. Nowhere has Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia disassociated himself from this government or from the EMT. He never said that anywhere.
And from the opinion, to me making that deduction or that inference.
A copy of everything he said here verbatim. There is no way you made that deduction.
Okay.
Yeah, but panika say.
Okay.
Mejidi say Nana Don Kweku for Aban ye buy no. Ya bomodin aye no ma bebre. Into Bekaya Obi for almost 45 minutes of his speech. Beginning of his speech now was Nanado and his achievements. Mebwa. It was Nanado and the achievement of this government. And he didn't just end there. He even went on to even enumerate the challenges of the government. How do you deduct from this? So Obi awato ne boss I enumerate all the successes and challenges. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, let me put it on record, and I heard some also say it. He has never ever anywhere said say Obi Nana Adodankwa Ekufuado, even in his worst moment has provided a better
Asempa
environment
FM.
for the people of Ghana than John Mahama did when he was president. Obi, what way into Okaya dia ba coupe? Can you mention just one thing or two things for John Dramani Mahama as president? What the back I know? What the Baba? Obi, on my penny BS school dying. On my penny be a quine, obey back, obey me. So me, if I am having debates on politics, I don't even like to go to infrastructure because I know the SN cannot go on politics. There will be in Kenya Kendini. But Obi, DMPA can you relate John Mahama with? Opening on my penny for the national health insurance and free maternal account school feeding program by Mboa. DMPA na the back Mahama. Nana Danko Kufado, Anya Shekrano, or the free senior high school about Ghana from being Obia to make us say, we were gonna have an engine to Miko school. Obi, what can you remember John Dramani Mahama for as a president? Mention one thing. And then when you finish, you have a sector by sector. Tell me one thing you can remember John Dramani Mahama for. The man was shambolic. He was completely a failure. What
for the 4 years he was president?
Mention one. Now me the figures no kwama. For the 4 years he was president, everything wasn't. Opia bibia say ya na edukowura. Your friend is saying IMF. Everything is here. When you make everything is here. Everything wasn't. Every single thing where me wo kura bibia wa ha. Me to be the nyina ama. Me kura GDP with oil, GDP without oil, per capita income, inflation, exchange rate. Mikra forex reserve, import cover, debt to GDP, credit rating, CDP, Obi Mikra Bibia from 1992 to 2023. Everything, every single thing. Mahama didn't Sakai or my way more say no. Until we have not forgotten. You're in fear. Dear Dr. Bawumia can say, you should be a free pa, you bet 2 years in 2017. Any acquire force war. You mean that round all the challenges you do 2020 Obi. Every single thing was on a positive tangent until we met that global pandemic COVID. In the year 2018, that's 2017, right? Obi 2017. Yeah, for GDP no from 3.37, okay, with oil. There be a NDC for 3.37 growth with oil. You do 8.13. 8.13. Yeah, for inflation from 15.14. Yeah, 11.8.
As at year, baby.
2017. 2018, 9.4. 2018, 7.9. And at 2020, 10.4. Obi, look at the share MPP in NDC, and I want you to pay very close attention. Pay close attention to John Mahama's presidency in the first 4 years, and then MPP's presidency in the first 4 years. Obi, inflation of a free single digits, and I record 13.5, and I cost short to 17%, and I sign Western year to 17.7%, and I sign quiet to 15.4%. Yang, yet free 11.8, you had confirm 9.4, you had 7.9, and then we encountered COVID. Obi, do you know one reason why Ghanaians on the street are saying they don't want Mahama back? Because Mahama's record is obvious. once he takes over the country, he worsens it. What it means is that even in our worst situation, if you give it to Mama, it will even get worse. Because that is his record. He doesn't show any single positive indicator in any aspect in the economy. It is here. It is on the BOG website. I didn't conjure it. If today we are struggling with an inflation of 23%, then you can imagine what would happen under John Dramani Mahama.
And you are saying the assessment was a Ghana for Yemono. From 2017 to 2020
because no that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Even 2021 to now, the assessment, even yesterday Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was saying, listen, if you look at the facts that we've gone through the West, just like all other countries are going through, and how we've been able to change the course and we are on a positive tangent, clearly there are certain things that the government is putting in place to bring some improvements into our economy. The question is, if you hand over such an economy that is trying to recover from a global pandemic to John Dramani Mahama, who has a record of worsening the situation, how is he going to fare? That is the biggest question everybody's. And you see, they are who create dangerous crime. This man, John Dramani Mahama, if we unfortunately hand over this country to him, is going to plunge this country into sudden gloomer. As we speak today, all other countries are struggling. Everybody is trying to recover. Mention one country that is not trying to recover. Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire, until they got to 7% inflation, we're doing under 1%. Cote d'Ivoire. So today you may quote Cote d'Ivoire to be 7-9%. But
that's growth and I say inflation.
No, inflation. They used to be lower. UK, they are doing 40% high. 2022, was it 2022? 2022. Within 6 months, UK changed prime ministers about 3. United States of America, for the first time in 40 years, we're struggling with a 40-year-old inflation. And the fact is that it's not the NDC's view and their spin and propaganda. The fact is that something that has never happened in the last 120 years since the Spanish flu happened to the world in the year 2020. Container and a ton of $1,200 he be feature in Ghana in the year 2020 acquire copim $13,000 obi enu kroma na top mask back 50 cedis enu kroma ene na top face shield I ton 11 cedi your top back 120 Ghana cedi thermometer gun enu kroma na top back 2,500 Ghana cedis. So the global supply chain was disrupted. Why do you think we should allow the NDC to run away from that fact? And the question you should be asking them is, what would they have done if they had encountered that challenge to ensure, say, the situation would have been different from it is today? Even to date, they are still struggling to even come up with one policy. And that, my friend said, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Kasaye, he has espoused 70 policies under 20 pillars. And now, I say,
I have a vision.
Yeah, 70 alternative. And yes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, your candidate has been there. John Dramani Mahama has been candidate since March 2023. May 2023. Bepe Mone. Ghana Nibia is unable to relate with what he would do. Opa
24-hour economy.
Opa street this one. Omo 24-hour economy and tiasie bi enim. Koko meme omada. Eya na ye adwuma. Koko meme wa ba ha omada da. Obi koko meme tiptoe lead wa kwa omada da. Osu Oxford Street wa kwa omada da. Ko tiptoe lane boys no ko bi so mo say omo oba ho tiptoe lane anadwo a o pese o repair phone na won to me repair. Ko Bantama High Street na ko hwe. Metetema. Obi, as we speak, about 6, there are people whose for bus are for more 50 about Mbabe Juma overnight. A chanopa, Omube Kofie, no more Mupon and June Sway Day, Ako, Kotakwade industrial area, Kokumasi industrial area, Ko Lagos Avenue, and Opa Kosi, Akonya or Lagos Avenue, or East Legon. Nothing I want to say, Ubemuso Biada, Omoton Chinam. Omoton so, Omoton wache, the whole night Kopem Tama Diabechi. Obi, there are pharmacy shops in Ghana here who are selling 24 hours. We have always said 24 hours is not a policy you introduce. It is a consequence of a policy.
That's not fair.
But 24 hours, it is a consequence of a policy. And
yeah, you can make your point without using those.
Masa, that's why you don't understand. Masa, a consequence of a policy. Obi, say, we make sure say nipa dodo na etumi nya sika ehwo mo botom e wo mantemu bi mu na omutumi nya ahoto a osoro na jo na about 12 do pe watch at obekwa koto enti baby a memete e wo Lakeside Estate no se me feel say anadwo bia nipa dodo pe watch at a enye aban na bebeka chem se nchechi na menton wachi me de watch ne ba besi wo because nipa ba be den abeton na wo ka say 24-hour policy a we introduce it wo di to na besi biti se me fa watch ne nkosi wo no bia ameton ma hwan wo ba beto akọ Jubilee House ana it clearly shows that they are clueless. And that for the entire 8 years in opposition, they still haven't learned anything. And it's a very serious matter. Ghana finds itself at a very dangerous position right now. Say, we are going to regret even worse than we did in 2016. Because in 2007 and 2008, you remember very well, these same people were brandishing fake news, fake bank statements. Say President Kufuor and then Juma for your conform back statement in here. Now President Kufuor Krano, yan to abenti na buy because of a mighty, of a Nigerian, and a mark or one for a ten ebu Santa for now. Ghanaians believed them and voted for them. What be the consequences of what we experienced? And now Menoka say, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia the 70 policies aba. Or say, or no so oba be your mampenia, obe make sure say tax regime no, obe revolutionize no. On the good for the incomo and sendra okasa or say spare pass na ye car if you abrocheba no or by a flat rate or say or no he believes that where the world is moving towards in the future no it's a world that Ghana needs to prepare for artificial intelligence digitalization and he believes that digitalization is going to be the bedrock of our economy going into the future. In his view digital platforms should not be taxed into no obey mampenia obey free ho. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ama niema makom
obey E11 no
yes E11 obey free ho.
Ben Nkofo criticizes say he was part of that decision into Adena o claim saint CC as
it is the worst of thinking na obi abedrin sa amika se mitro yeti o say your friend is Dominic in a show program o ebi enne anka ye me ne Felix na opese ye ba nka wunya ya ebi o nipa foforo de be de ebebe enne mokotra ase no wo Kwaku Jackson obi production team wehia almost there be Felix any miracles de be de ebeba nti Felix miracles ababet na se na ye di nkomo wo betra air.
No, maybe I'll give it time.
No, I think you have to be fair.
I am very fair.
But why are you the one keeping it?
Yes,
Miracles, relax. Let me handle that.
No, but I say,
what's the time? 15 minutes.
Never 15. Never 15.
How many minutes I do?
Miracle patch.
But he's distracting me.
I'll give you time. I get you.
It's unfair.
Now we can about. Now me hear any powerful front domain say. I agree say mumi no more. Into twaso.
Obi. Into we better console it here. It is not up to you to come and announce to your listeners say, "Media can you fellas miracles na me piu." Company yours is to do what the production has agreed to do.
Yeah, I agree.
You are be a friend of collective responsibility.
Sure.
And ultimate responsibility.
Sure.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a vice president in the government. There is nowhere in the law that gives Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia any mandate to take any decision apart from the fact that Mbranda say will be to be a chairman of police council. Specific activities are Mbranda man who quite say how they or no call it short, no, they are itemized in the law. Yes. Otherwise the law is clear. Ejuma mampeni betiama will say you know why they now why.
That's true.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has also stated clearly. He stated clearly yesterday. So listen, he was indeed, and he still remains the head of economic management team. And he believed that as head of economic management team, he and the economic management team gave the government sound advices.
Okay.
And where at all do you fall Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia by saying, say, me vice president, no, me on man penina many year jumano. Your pay e-levy, but maybe the assembly or mampenia, me for e-levy. But how is that a problem? How is that an issue? How is that a big deal? Is it the president? And then I know can say, "Ebia Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and Kobe Felix Minister for Communication. Does he have capacity to do that?" Yes.
No.
Because
so on your man pay.
Exactly. So this is just pure. It's just a simple pedestrian understanding.
The man said, "Me back and no share other selecting."
No, as we say this, one of the things that we are not going to let the NDC go off in this election, they say, "Yeah, the idea 7 taba."
Okay.
Instead of just doing Bawumia.
Almost so far,
because so far, Niema Miansana Mate. Mate 24 economy, which is just a bogus. A friend is idea.
According to Miracles.
No, because it's already playing out.
Okay, the 24 hours.
And you what that? Number 2, Mate and Kokomba also about Tom Manco fashion boxes on the poultry farms. And a second one, Mate.
And therefore, the party for Juma or Corona, that was for the campaign to become.
No, but otherwise, what to be for now? They can't wait. And a third one, Mate, Black Stars also the local players, Bebo.
Oh, how?
That's what he
and only the only 3 hours apart from now won't any review of free SHS, won't a cancellation of licensure exams for teachers, won't say how many. You've not heard them.
Obi, Obi, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia can say Obi take specific actions. He didn't just say I will review. What is review? What would you do to free senior high school? That's what Ghanaians want to hear and vote for, because Obi review means that Ebi ameba me ye free ho. Ebi so ameba me this can be better day. So is that so we want to know what? Because see, immediately you begin to use review. It means that person be kind of very well. Because review you say ochimu.
Miracles, mama
say our reviewer. That is not a policy.
What is your
policy for senior high school education? That is what we want to know.
Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. And Dennis Miracles Abuaje and Yaten and Ekosiisen lot and lot of messages. Fellow Squatio for so ewaha messages so akwane hona fe yatwan commons nansan and flumal triple action more suffer from cold and flu, nasal congestion, sinus problems. Me pacho flumal triple action anyway drew. Action Pharmacy Limited. But once your visa post pay account in the Mubia and Ubenya be ato all pharmacies in Ghana. Open do to a free Action Pharmacy was 0260 869 872 and a 0270 911 199. Now no one enkasa. DBS free roofing promotion is you go so better chance no way ho near fankobo dinosaur man free. Into buy the roofing sheet and installation charge eba be install ya ma kama I no wuntu yesika bia. O on cry ha free DBS e was 0240 844 444. Now only one into me any enkomo and plant-based milk papa Ghana ni bi agiatum cocoa milk, 100% plant-based milk. In fact, we are vegetarian now per milk and normal milk any soya-free, dairy-free, lactose-free, sugar-free, GMO-free, and cholesterol-free. A solid cocoa milk. All the varieties, or more 5: cocoa unsweetened, cocoa original, cocoa barista, and a cocoa super. And after modern collade about cocoa kits, unyabia, FD Agiatum, Vegan Society of the UK Agiatum, NS Chemist, Ubenyabi Ohato, Poku Trading Wedum, Little Georgia Community 2, Adom Square, opposite in Sawin Prison, Nina, and all leading supermarkets in Ghana, Ubenya Milk, Webiato 0247 0274 actually 440 180 0274 440 180. Felix, me pacho ma mintio.
Is miracles better than a hantanya umaswo and I will be a bomb will be tea. We were analyzed our one way choba analysis. As a one who see food now, what did you be as a cassa?
But I was also corner too.
No, but no catch him say
I told him
no, listen, no, tea. What's ha a catch will be so boom.
He withdrew.
Now, me what unless I will Asempa. It is so pedestrian. Oh, please walk us and I didn't say anything. I didn't catch it. In fact, Choba analysis is Choba analysis simply means that it is too pedestrian.
What boy?
The miracles man in Casa.
No, what boy item did
you? Me pacho Felix meet you.
What's here? Can someone win him? You don't know what you are talking about. Obi, let me state it here. So Obi Akachira will say there was no EMT and a Milsa. Obwa. The day I was in a Joy FM studio. I openly confronted him and his spokesperson. I know that because my first foray to government, I'm a Hanatete, special assistant. So Hanate
no a minister, right?
For trade.
Yeah, for trade.
She was a member of that committee. Until the others are now coming in the castle. The EMT was chaired by John Mahama. In fact,
but there was another advisory council,
yes,
right? Okay.
Advisory council, and you be before. Share. Emisata no then.
Vice president and EMT chair, right?
But so President Mama set up a presidential advisory group on economy. And no one casa President Mama the chair. Into the existence of an advisory council does not mean that there's no EMT.
Okay.
Into I'm placing it on record. Says I'm not boy. Miracles doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm telling you, whoever your sources may say anya no cre. May say anya no cre. I've given you the fact. So the mere please.
Miracle say, but the EMT meetings you attended, na kwabena before we movie.
He was there. Oh, massa.
Okay.
If I EMT the way it no, Rollins in the creative. The first chairman, Professor Mills. I don't know whether Aliu Mama was also the head of the EMT or whether they had one. Okay. Kwabena before the Bank of Ghana governor, the energy minister, agric minister, trade minister were all members of the EMT.
With Mahama Cherry.
Absolutely. It will be a catch or say he was not a head of EMT or Bua. I was in that government. I have been there. Our castle. Number 2. Sir analysis all year. Your mama I say Niema. You think I make say a trouble analysis no? Because we need a whole fine now we analysis. Now there are facts in front of you. Who need to would you know? Now my mentor was saying tia make us asem. Oh, do pebiaka.
Or send the need a honor on your very.
Let me say so. You see, I cannot understand. Oh, me say do pebiaka. Oh, kawa says okay. Me say facts go in him. Oh, now what can someone pass more? We have to question your logic and your motive. Obi, we see Obi the inflation facing Greeket ako 15.4%. It's in the money months any. We wafa inflation at some point from 8% ako 54%. We say we more months any yamon samama. And are you are competent? Now the other call 15.4% when you're competent. Obi, sir, growth rate of 8% for 2017. It is their highest. Mama as head of EMT, the same position Bawumia occupy now, only 14.4%. It is the highest in 40 years. Who's you be abon? The power bond in your 14.4, when you're 8. Who's winning my dear? That's why I'm questioning your motive. What be exchange rate? You understand? So what the exchange rate fee 1.2 equal 4.2. Now over 4.2 cost 17 now. Who winning my dear? What kind of deliberate naivety is that?
No, but the 17 was an outlier.
What is an outlier? What is an outlier? Do you know the damage it did to industries? What did I say? I'm sorry, but saying factories became churches. Do you know how many companies collapsed because of our exchange rate movement? In any event, you refuse unilaterally. You decided that you will not service your debt in foreign exchange. Mama Wokan he had to service debt. So when you now with him, you will make this analysis. You cannot compare yourself to Obi Otisa. Mama deficit to Jayano 6.1. In the last 3 years, what's called double-digit deficit. We are now say below the line item. Now with the BSCA. Mama never hid anything. With a deficit of 6.1. Who within we win, my dear. Yet you took it to 15%.
Asempa FM.
Public debt, a car DSO of mine. Now it's now 120 billion. What's 1 more years? I know my bomuti omunimadia. Wunimadia ama. What they cost 600 million. Mahama never defaulted on debt payment. Wo amount for abo bosia was me nibi minchia. Inti omo for manon kopemo e ban na moja ba o mata free. Wunimadia wo bo homodin. Yet you have achieved a default. Won't mean chiawoka. Patch was saying fancho. You have plunged 1.3 million people into difficulty. Ama se come the boy bosiano. One fa mom to mo achire wo mo. Wo se woni made. Sa wo ye badwen ma na wutie yen ya. Sa nkofo mi ni wan ni made. Nipa na wo bo ne bosia otua no wano. Eni nipa amamu bone cluelessness, utter uselessness as a government intino. Would default on your debts. Say ne be ya. Wonye bi ntua amanfo ka no makusu. Wo se woni made. You are arrogantly here calling people so mutiu. This is your record. It is a war per record. You take inflation from 8% and take it to 54%. Hyperinflation. It will call a gaso and a pa. Adia a ton was saying if you are being assassin. Now obi the fee 8%, I 15.4%. We say uni my dear. Number 3, doom so arguments no again I say when I trouble analysis. Obi doomso ended on 24th December 2015. Doomso as load shedding. Now, someone working say na ye ni sika edi to fuel one ka asem ne no where did he hear it from wo flag bearer na wote a edi department mo no wa bet na joy fm agi atum say NDC solved it na maye moya baso chairman Bonsu in terms of standing the MPP won any yepe he has admitted that we resolved. In fact, Nana Poku, so Nana Poku, or energy expert, he was one of the people who contested. Kojopoku, sorry, he was one of the people who contested MPP elections. No, he expressed
he was.
But
no, he contested.
He contested
the
first.
Sure.
Good.
Sure.
He is on record to have told Ghanaians say we should give credit to Mama for solving them so. I've given you a specific data, load shedding, as an official program, ND. Obi. Osena yakwafa mfidie ne ba na fuel nim. In any event, we will see thermal planter. It will take you a minimum of 3 years. If the term persists for 2 years, yade Ameri ne car power buy no. Mpacho insu ne edugu mu ana. Ana was no fuel. Obi. Maybe so. Into no yakwafa mfidie ba na ye ni skia de to fuel. Mr. Ahwia any esese gu san mfidie no. E manage generate about 550 megawatts of power. E solve dum so ana. Was it sand? And I de asawa and a goom. In some cases, a choba analysis. It is not properly considered. A pedestrian propaganda but not here. Me, I was in that government. Who need trouble? Kokra mencho. Into now we Bawumia could in trouble deficit matching no. Intimacy, we at here for now with ya. I say with ye no cre. Omoba bemu, they complain of excess deficit. Excess capacity meanwhile yati he mo de wapuka nti lebi o mpe bia na o mato o mo pipe no meboa na wekoti akakra no mabie IPPs some no ka say there is a debt of 23 billion Ghana cedis in the energy sector meanwhile ye ko ye jawo gas planter ate ye fuel import so by $300 million asa jawo esla sika ye tua ho to a wo de be solve eye eka ebia wo de wo sa sector no meanwhile you've racked up debt of 23 billion what ya air man ho so say wudi made obi ana only eslade bi any access to gas for 8 years and wo no has it be able to resolve a problem wo we nyina yet ye dadum some about a month ago because now want to mean to your wapoka what dey nan saying your friend saying sir asogli on better say they will shut down what was it about any eka na mode into one and it's you. Who be spoiled, pampered child? Who will be we also be a childish analysis. Where they toddler analysis now. Way, are they in Ghana? 2 weeks ago, more ne wapoka, and more issue statements or matu or pipe. And I will patch or compare the big credible no my. See, I make an can be that anytime they feel like it, they will close their taps.
Asempa.
I'm a doom so move. What the home better to be. First of all, he even Massa Doom so in 1984. Under Rollins between 97 and 98 work up near the Doom so Ghana. When I was a student at Kia University between 2006 and 2007, yeah, the Doom someone that Kufo. In fact, Kufonia double the deficit in 2008. One of the explanations on mine is that because of Doom so they had to scramble to get additional power generation. Wo one my that doom so almost 1.5 years. Now obi by 2 years there also on bon who ni made. Meanwhile, in terms of power generation capacity, obi eni meduma do mama ye. Close to 3,000 megawatts of additional power. So doom so beton ye wo one ka ba isan ye dem. Wo wenya almost 800 billion Ghana cedis in terms of revenue near car bosi an wabone friends oil inflows ni bibia. Yet, won't to me ain't your Africa, Madame Pebiano, Omu to me, Edu Momo pipe. Mama, he got a total of 248 over 8 years. And yet, or no, now to me, a service, external debt, won't to me service, yet was winning, my dear. Again, let me put that nonsensical lie about say, Obia Jubana, Yentiana Kanu to rest. There was a section of teachers.
Yeah, teachers.
Because of a payroll audit. Almost say there was arrears and near Duamoka, and it had to be paid. But government thought that no, I say Rishimuka Kranza. Inti arrears na de wono yabema 3 months to subsist on whilst we clean up the system. It was that audit that had been done, and I'm sure so a declare arrears. It was never a government policy say yeah do can yen to more 3 months pay. So as we Minister of Finance said take watch much, but because of choba analysis in T, pedestrian illogical propaganda, you repeat it. What's here? Can say yeah, can say Yakofo bank account. More MPP, you have an entire factory manufacturing lies. We are now Minister of Information. Now say we are fighting against fake news. More the flyers. Nancy who could do in trophy. We I said do it young. So I work as MB. Emma will be pound which later. And you are talking about lies. Bawumia to me could platform say he can build district hospitals for $5 million. Meanwhile, the same government now President Akokate sword. AC district hospital for $100 million. Sorry, $35 million. Ewo Shama. Say Obama Cape Coast for harbor any airport. 10 months to go. Pick us a gram for being more from Ewo Cape Coast. Yet we see Ubiabum. My memory to we see arrogance. Adia da ho unim. Yet we see won't say. We are sir who in the eyes of listeners. First of all, say Bawumia beka someone. Anya mo na mo invite me some memra. Into mo invite me some memra na meka Bawumia some meba memo wudin.
Dabi.
It's me bo dia. And mebo Bawumia dia. How has he got under my skin? Abraham Mama can 24-hour economy. Bawumia ko gina ni krom and respond to. Had Mama gotten under his skin. Masa, those days and Bawumia on my bemunti people didn't know him and all kinds of Mama for son. They are over. And now or ye we no. On one try man for trouble no so. Send after the omu retreat from distancing Bawumia distancing from your friends saying Akufo-Addo government no by saying say now accept it because they have come under
almost in the speech no there is no way he says say what distancing
me buy no catch first of all they flew a kite through Kofi Bent will be any so Bawumia team no
no Osei or no pe Bawumia I don't just all kind of team
he is a surrogate of Bawumia, everybody knows it,
but that's not wrong, is it?
Absolutely, there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, so occurs for MPP no grad there will be nothing wrong except MPP on your cult. It's what catch there say ma ye mobile me din no what were they trying to tell us? And then bent up friends chairman Bonsu attach ya. These are MPP stalwarts. They've said the same thing. Say Bawumia cannot be blamed. Na yenko blame me na akoko wahu. Bawumia me na me to see it so be can share say on me can share say they will move from taxation to production. Taxation to production, what did he mean? We buy all the 40 taxes they be so. And I mean I made a to see it so. So me can share say yen ya borrow too much and they will do differently. In fact, page 13 of our 2016 manifesto. They promised to reduce borrowing. What they can feel 120, quote 600. Have you reduced borrowing? Interest rates, if we made 20s, equal 40 a few months ago. Percent a few months ago. Who's winning, my dear? Now, when you President Mama, since 2021, or year, thank you to Sokai. The first public lecture, you know, any Campiski, Mokovai, you heard them speak about policy alternatives. Okachiramo say, the way a man mismanage economy, no, you have to go to the IMF to ensure policy credibility. It's not your investors, no, ain't lose confidence with you. What's now? And I won't go. We are a proud people. Almost now for 2 years, my name must say until say a bedu bia a man for starting say almost chum sika free. Yeah, my and until the Bank of Ghana government, like I said, at the beginning of 2022, they had 6 billion in the reserves. By the end of the year, no, now akabe $1 billion because there was capital flight. People didn't have confidence in you anymore. Restructuring. Go and read that speech. Ewa Kempiski. John Mama can want him. Wakaso about 24-hour economy. Obi. Me no say. Watch if one in the town watch it after 6 p.m. Nipas, is it the regular practice?
Maybe because there is no demand.
Absolutely. So
at that time.
So you have to stimulate that demand. That is the difference between the American and any pedestrian trouble analysis. Miracle say. Why? TUC. A friend saying, General Secretary, the PhD holder. Your friend say, he has given full endorsement to that policy because he is in the business of employment generation. Into name the value of the 24-hour economy policy. Since and there's no deliberate policy, share essential services. It is because of the nature of their work. Into the pharmacy VPA at midnight because we are here. Hospital doing gas over pon because we are here anytime. Essential. Apart from them, only a handful of sectors in industries been around 24 hours. Your mama say he will make it the norm rather than the exception.
But how do you ensure
he has
that?
said that first of all, people need incentive to be able to run that way. There are companies they are producing at half capacity because value chain the cost is too much. Who can import Asempa? Look at taxes and masses ediegu import so. The person cannot export raw materials because of taxes. Meanwhile, there's market where uncle to me produce and baby meat. Jomama catcher also bar. He will have a certain tariff regime, a more incentive for industries that want to run that way. Now I have one by the installation of special meters that give those incentives. Waka say Obama tax breaks. In 1995, under Mr. Abudakwi as trade minister, under the Rollins regime, and any free zones we buy. Free zones companies, so don't you give them 10 years tax incentive? And nothing I walk over, you have heavy hitters. Cargill, Barry Calibo, any major industries there. It was a special program designed by an NDC government. And nothing is because it did not drop from the sky. So you need a special policy. John Makacha also bar. He will scrap Esgasha. And Bawumia is repeating it. Yet to say John Mama for policy be my. Into say if it was not a policy, what does Bawumia mention it for? Now Udi Agra no bomb Mugu and not one system. John Mama see bar, he will reduce the size of government. You won't have hundreds of what do you call it? Political appointees. Oh, your friends and what?
But the number not so the baby saying 60.
Yes,
right?
60. I think
Bawumia says 50.
No problem. But I know say he's been forced to adopt that position because your mama can't in here. Because in all the year he has been in the government at the point they had over 120 ministers. Almost justify catching and say the volume of work requires it. Meanwhile, the outcome was that by 2021 we were bankrupt. Bawumia had never stated anywhere he had that opportunity to comment. Now, Osei, when you're vice president, you have to agree with the president. If you don't agree, you cannot voice it out. Masa, okay? Yenya Kowaka, Urefi Kowaka. Kowaka, he was actually the candidate, the running mate for the opposition. But he was vice president because vice president, you cannot be sacked. So you actually have security of tenure, just like a Supreme Court judge. You actually have incentive to dissent if you strongly believe sanity. Aka was prepared to go toe to toe with Rawlings to defend his beliefs and convictions. And I want it. Did he not publicly express his disagreement to the government?
But it's resulted in a fight with the president.
But you see, of course, it is not desirable. But at least it showed that he believed in his convictions. Bawumia is not a politician of convenience. He has said it because Amafua Bonechi. He levy. Abra NDC for a day after the Boba Parliament. Omukofa MP and not that ambulance Eba Parliament to vote for Yelevy. And your minority in the Kutiai. Bawumia spokesperson Gideon Bwako has told us that Bawumia supports Yelevy. Kojo Aponkoma, he is official spokesperson of government or call big issues. Ewo City. Or say it is not necessary for Bawumia to speak against Yelevy because he fully supports it. And that he even insisted that there should be a threshold of 100 Ghana cedis. It's also supporting 11 and Akufo-Addo. Yet also about who betray him. So 11 ya de pa na nya de pa. Say ya de pa na wutwem. Yes, VAT on electricity. He knew say that thing was going to be removed anyway. Because as of last week, now Maya Kacha said they are going to engage the IMF to remove it, but find an alternative way to generate revenue. And yes, I net here. Time at the end of they said they 2 months at least. And yeah, November and all passing before Parliament rules. And I was it October also. Has Bawumia offered a whimper in terms of dissenting on that policy?
Okay.
There is no conviction in the things he's saying.
You don't believe anything you heard from him?
He will have district mechanization centers. Waka. In fact, over 2020 manifesto, there are so many items. It's what's I won't say. Of course, I won't say. Now, sir. Hapless recitations with master digitalization. What is it? Some catch was a man, now was a deputy communications minister.
Yes.
Or say or no day your friend say moment of interoperability. eServices.com. Master, eServices.com. Mr. Tevi. Now or 2014. Now or Nita. Director General. Or no, and no introduce you eServices.gov. We share a green book in green book. You published in December 2015. We share the last page. We show you the services rendered through eServices.com. How could we have known 1 whole year ahead? Say Bawumia will come and say this and put it in our book. So, as some work on him saying, Ghana card. When him say, what read this statement in here? Ghana card. For the first time, he was talking about continuing from somewhere. Meanwhile, in the past few months, now operating press on the buy. In February 2017, or set up committee to look into Ghana card. So not the committee chairman, no, Kenatefa.
NIA boss.
Bawumia, the office, not the 2. If the officer, to review what NIA had done. Mami read a small portion of the executive summary.
And you end on that.
No problem.
Yes.
No problem. To show you what they had done. Answer na yeba. Share on it any. Osei. Based on thorough. Maybe just a minute.
Asempa FM.
Just give me a few minutes.
Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So you could see Saint Jumedi no asubusu awuti no. Yes.
Omo buy no year review in 2017. Edikano, the LI that makes the Ghana card the mandatory form of ID for all these transactions. The LI 211 passed by the NDC in 2014. Yewi no, Bawumia Nkasa committee and they say the NIA had collected data from 16 million Ghanaians, and they almost say NIPA 17 million the database. Omani is 16 million. And which now 9 million records had been entered into the database out of this 16 million. They had processed about 4.7 million and loaded the records and assigned them unique identification numbers. Now, you are personalizing 2.7 million of the cards and distributing 900,000. At the time, no more 12 million blank cards. And now, Omasha say, register foreigners. In fact, committee no recommended say there are 3 possible options. Let me say they can use the existing biometric database within the current PVP solution. Said the award and more than 1 year. Number 2, use the existing biometric databases in the new solution. And number 3, implement a completely new. The committee insisted, say, based on what they had done, it is the considered view of the committee that the adoption of option A, which is using the existing system, will present the least challenge, given that NIA has a functional PPP arrangement. There is also value in the existing NIA data and the other biometric databases built by the various user agencies. Until they actually maintain the same. The only difference is that instead of 4 fingers, almost increasing to 10, and then they use iris instead of facial. That is all. Into where is this claim? So no about championing digitalization. Online passports. As far back as September 2015, now Ministry of Foreign Affairs under Hanatete had announced say they were going to do online passport the following year. December 2016 or launching. Yet Bawumia online passport application processing complete lies.
Felix.
The same way I holding draw about job creation figures. It's over now so obiabo meanwhile was a proper yes you've taken inflation from 8% to 54%, yet you are condemning obi 8 Aqua 15. Why is the logic in this?
Felix Kwachio for Suni attaining Kano. Dennis Miracles Abuaje
for 27 good minutes.
You have you have the rest of the time. Don't worry, you have the rest of the time.
6:40.
You have the rest of the time.
Let me actually 7, but 27 minutes.
Matter.
Obi, you see, the level of arrogance with which Felix Ekana Semono, Ayana Mekre to be an MO, and I can imagine how the rest of Ghanaians are feeling. Sure. It's Felix Obuzu telling me, say, oh no, NDC, I buy now, no, Deputy Minister for Communication.
Asempa FM.
I don't understand. Is that what he's saying? That the
so
man
meeting
papa na niti at some point the signature e dey yesika so do for so the signature e dey yesika so
as Bank of Ghana government
the signature dey yesika so no no ye finance minister under President Mills no what he say o twantro I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was shocked. I was really surprised. Say, and for me, I think that as young people, in as much as we really want to do politics and protect our bosses, sometimes young body need kakra. And for man penny for Obi. Say, Felix. The entire period when I was speaking, I held myself. You can tell somebody that Obi call him to order. Obi call him to order. Obi call him to order. Okay.
I'm even leaving that because
I'll be glad. Obi call him to order. Obi call him to order. Obi call him very well. Obi, it's okay. Obi, it's okay. Say, I mean, we know why the sharp teeth are. It's unfaithful to her. I won't be surprised. If Osei Mamin 24, me, I'm not surprised. Obi can say me, Mark can say me, Trinsan, very well. People in the Obi, you can imagine. If he says Mamin 24, no problem. He can continue in his arrogance. But the fact is this, Obi, it's a complete lie, it's a falsehood. Or transfer straight, Felix transfer straight, I will say to you so. If he says, say, Oman Penida John Dramani Mahaba was a member of a certain economy and is a lie. It's false. Oh, stop it. You didn't give any fact. Obi says Felix of Osukwache, the guy who lies every day. Against the floor. Oh, can you control him? Okay. Obi, can you control him? Obi, can you control him? Can you control him?
Thank you. Miracles. Meet you. Miracles meet you.
Stop it. I can give you
proof of
Obi.
Yes, meet you.
29th April 2009.
Okay.
This is exactly 4 months
into the new government.
Yes. OBTA. President John Evans Atamels has constituted a 10-member economic advisory committee to advise him on key economic policy issues. Leadership of Dr. Goben Nankani. Members are Nankani. Members are Togbe Afede, the 9th, Professor K.N. Afo, Dr. Emmanuel Ablu, Mr. Pakwesi Emisa Atta, Dr. K.Y. Amwako. The rest are Mr. Joel Hyde, Dr. Kadman Atamels, Mr. Ishmael Yamsen, and Mr. Fred Onyenikena. 9th April 2009. The finance minister, who is part of the other institutions who are supposed to work with the economic advisory committee of the president, has come to sit here in your chair. Dr. Dufo, Papa na we be nyuma bebre o my way mu. Why ye juma so many years of his life. Dr. Dufo na the signature. Felix, what you are doing is so unfair. Felix. I told you that I sat down for 20 something years. I have sat here for 20 something minutes. Stop it. You see, this thing that you are doing, I could have done it. You could have done it. I am reading from
Felix Meba. Miracle. I know this story. The other point, and I'm person may add and say,
please control him.
He would conduct himself well. Mostly say President Air announced EMT or the statement. Have you found any statement communicate the announcement of EMT? Any members of the EMT?
EMT okay. Which EMT?
No, me because under Mills one statement.
There's no official.
Advisory.
That is why. So you should be telling me. Which statement? Felix. Obi, what are you doing?
He wasn't there.
Obi, what are you doing?
Felix.
Who are you in that government? Who are you in that government? The finance minister. I am nobody. That's why I'm not coming. That is why. Charlie, Obi, what are you doing?
I've told you the
No, Obi, the guy lied. He lied. He has given you no evidence apart from what you on.
Felix, for now, Felix. Felix, Tobo. I think. Felix Meba. I think Felix Tobo. I think for now Felix Nyabotre. There is a statement signed by Mahama Yarega which is not in dispute. At the end of the day there is no statement.
Show me the statement that made Mills head of EMT and Accolades.
No, I've not seen any such statement.
So doesn't mean there was no EMT.
Very well. In the Malenkasa. Yes. Miracles. Felix.
And it's so disrespectful to your listeners.
Felix, at least I think you've made your point. You've made that point. Let him talk. Maminti or Miracles.
Common sense will tell you, say, in the absence of any other thing, what is present is what we work with. I have shown you.
Felix, now it's becoming too much. It's becoming too much. Let him finish. You've made that point.
So why do you say in the absence of a
let him talk.
And then even before was an opponent of Mahama in the contest. Speaking politically.
Noted.
He was confronted.
That point has been made.
So what is the issue?
Miracles, me pacho mamintio.
Obi, can I go on?
Me pacho miracles.
And hopefully you control your show.
It is being controlled.
Obi, listen. Yen nyina nim nyansa wo yen nyina ko school. Yen nyina yetu me kan. Sa enkane na obi betra radio so no akasa gaga no kono obi etwem. Me say the evidence present for the people of Ghana in terms of who were members of the economic management team that were advising President Mills is a statement which was signed by President Mills' presidential spokesperson, who is now a member of parliament and was minister under his government, Mahama Yariga. The statement is here. President John Evans Atamels has constituted a 10-member economic advisory council. To advise him on key economic policy issues and policy options in managing the impact of the economic challenges and maximizing the full potential of existing opportunities.
Asempa FM.
A statement signed by Mahama Yariga, presidential spokesperson, said the EAC in its work shall collaborate closely with the existing institutions for economic policy formulation, development and implementation. The EAC is under the chairmanship of Dr. Gobet Nankani. Members are Togbu Yafede, Professor K.N. Afo, Dr. Emmanuel Ablu, Bakwesi Atta, Dr. K.Y. Amwako. The rest are Joel Hyde, Kadman Atamels, Ishmael Yamson, and Fredo Henekena. Nowhere in this statement did the former President Mills even make the Vice President a member of his advisory committee. Now, Felix, or better radio says, no, they are all team. Felix, I catch a radio says, evidence I want to say now committee. Now, apart from this one that the president communicated to the people of Ghana, Felix, there was another one that you were attending with Professor John Mahama, the former president, at Castle. And you ignore president in this statement, release you that in a day you can lie 5 times. Even now you have lied with this.
And also, so
I just say he lied with this. Let's
have a decent way. I have called him to order. Let's have a decent conversation. Let's have a decent. Felix, you've made your point. Let him finish. When he finishes, I can give you hold on. I can give you time. Felix, Felix, don't do that. Felix, the American say, let him finish. I can give you some time. Felix, no, you don't do that. Felix, you had all the time. Let him finish. When he finishes and you want time, I'll give you time. Relax, you let him finish. Dennis, Mepacho, you have the time. Felix, your microphone is off. Very well. That point is
I may be a Choba analyst.
And how does
I may be a What are you doing? What's this guy doing?
Point well.
I didn't.
Felix, that is not proper. That is not proper. Felix, you are a gentleman. You don't do that on this show. Very well noted. Very well noted, Felix.
There was no EMT. That's what I'm saying. You are lying.
Good. Miracles.
Next time when Felix has an opportunity to speak to the people of Ghana, he should stick to truth.
Okay.
Then this issue proceed.
Come up. Mate.
I did not speak.
We've settled this issue.
Stop disrupting me.
Felix. Felix.
Does not negate the existence.
That point has been made. Let him also have the time.
There is no evidence in this country. There is no evidence. What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing?
Felix, I think I've been patient enough. Let him finish. Felix, don't do that. Don't do that. I'll give you time to talk. Don't do that. Let him finish. Miracles, you have
the public.
Yes.
The evidence we have in this country is that the former president, through his spokesperson, set up an economic advisory committee on 29th April 2009. and the vice president wasn't even a member. John Mahama was not even a member. That is the evidence we have. We have no other evidence of any other committee set up by Professor.
Point well made. Let's make progress. Point well made.
Now we move on.
Yes.
Now we move on. Now we move on. That was announced. It was also announced.
So it means that there was
you had only your secret EMT in the castle just by yourself. You lied, Felix. You lied. Let's move on and stop this. Stop.
Miracles. Move on, meet you.
Obi, watch me time now.
Don't worry.
Anyway, now that we moved on and settled the truth and the facts, let's move on to the issues. Obi, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia say this country has gotten to the point where we need to look into the future, and for him, he believes closely. Say. When he looks at the new challenges and the new difficulties that we are facing as a people, he is very convinced. Say his kind of leadership now, Odebano, is what we need as a country, and he will do that in all truthfulness, in all honesty and sincerity. And in Tiendra, on my 70 policies are Ojidi say mpempenso ayewe. Obi mamka se mitro. In spite of all the noise that the NDC are making, there's one established fact that Omampeni and I don't go for the crowd or the first time we know, and yet Niamo the first time Nina no science we the second time because let me be why ye if you are losing the relevance, if you are in the exigency of the moment, no, and when you're then yes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has analyzed and appraised the country. We share all the various sectors of the country's development. And when we say mpempenso ayewe, in spite of Niama Yetumia Nina, success I achieve, challenges I have film, difficulties I encounter Ninano, or no need DNA say, ye hear on Mampenia Odino Cre, ye hear on Mampenia Nehote, ye hear on Mampenia Brofu, ye say credibility and integrity a day, a high, ne ho near some, and that's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. On my way, up a politician back home, I want to mean for corruption and Tonoswa and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He has never, ever been tagged with any form of corruption. He is not corrupt, he can never be corrupt, and he will never be corrupt in his life. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a completely different breed of politician that we have ever seen in this country. And that is the kind of leadership we need for the next phase of Ghana's development. Not a politician that baby obe febiana yedekitasiche and the proye edinichi. In fact, on very rare occasions, I'll bet so be about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia related to corruption, no? You hear the clergy come to his defense, you hear CSOs come to his defense, even his sworn enemies will come and say, no, as for this man, you cannot taint his credibility and integrity. That is the sort of leadership that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will bring to the fore. And it's in Andra Utie, he was very clear and categorical. Of all the solutions I've heard, all those who want to be president professing for a friend is saying corruption, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia didn't pen out here say to assume. Because obi nipa nipa. Corruption, the only way you can win the corruption fight is to remove human interface in a lot of things. And that is through digitalization. That is through automation. That is through technology. Because you see, once you bring technology, Obi, you'll be fair for an audit free, won't mean you free, won't mean no. Now saying PPA for introducing GANEP system be. Me no ka say, Obi person your procurement, won't mean fan share sumase. Oko PPA website, I'll be going to be then. Say ye be GANEP's procurement system now, Obi. Ye be we are see for now baby obey. That is the sort of pragmatic solution that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia feels that, listen, we've had enough talk about solving corruption, and all the things we've tried is try to put mechanisms that still bring the human factor into it. Nipa ye nipa. Udi nipa mienu sebi asha dem now jam say omon kwantina se omon fadwe obi. E very likely impossible say bibi be den ebe koso. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's solution to corruption is to strengthen the technology and digital foundation are all building for on my way. No, okay, fellas, we see digitalization. No, I am not start here. The only thing in this country I need this for to create heaven and earth. I did be on my way to be in this for and trying to do so. And the lie is from the top to the bottom. And I'm not surprised with fellas like this actually because they are flag bearer. I'm a flag bearer. No, Nancy, I'm telling you about the sort of lies. Nancy, I was standing on the campaign platform. Ojina Ghana for any Muslim or about 1 month or say every university, and I'm picking my words carefully, every university in this country, every public university in this country was built by the NDC. Is that the case? And I usher body language, usher the confidence Any finesse or opinion of the chantron. I'm not surprised the banos will be. And the only thing that the NDC did not create in this country,
you made that point.
Say Yakopon
but you made that point. You made that point. Felix, you made this point. Mama allowance kaka. It's okay. And then very well. Felix, Mama allowance kaka. It's okay. Very well.
This guy
Felix. Put it off. No, I've told you, say Oria.
I allowed you to speak. When you also came in, I didn't speak.
I'll give you some 2 minutes. Let him finish.
Felix and Tony are so deep seated. Say,
Munya in Trent. Let's take with the issue. Miracles.
It is the NDC never introduced mobile money interoperability. They never did.
But
they never introduced
but there was
mobile money. That was when the corrupt contract.
It was revised. Felix, you are now making it difficult for me to give you time. I'll give you time. David, don't worry. I'll give you time. Don't worry. I'll give you time.
The only thing in this country that the NDC didn't create is heaven and earth. Apart from heaven and earth, they created everything and they are all lies. Complete fabrications, complete falsehoods.
Did you bring one like
Dr. This guy.
Is it true or not?
Which guy? Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, during his speech, was very categorical.
Okay.
One means West. He was very clear, cogent, clear-cut about what he's going to do at every specific sector. And the education, he was categorical. Osei free SHS, he was categorical. So we know Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's intention about free SHS. We don't know that of the NDC. They said they will review, but we don't know what it is. So we are still waiting for that. It's a very important point. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia said, listen, obey enhance, now we reposition the education sector by introducing and enhancing STEM, science, technology, engineering and mathematics. Obi, Osanso Kosoka said,
what does it mean?
Obi enhances STEM.
But this Obi, the fellas is not my fellas. It's not fair. Fellas, no, but please, we don't do that.
Next time, everyone say when I walk as a last.
Why have you? What's the minimum pa? Why does the minimum pa?
What's it? Review needs to, bro. It's not specific. What does enhance STEM mean?
Osei Obe movie towards artificial intelligence.
AI.
Yes. Which is the emerging theme.
The ish now.
Is the emerging theme under STEM. So that's what he means by enhancing. Challenge the make be Obi ya Obi. Obi said you are fire.
From taxation to production. Obi go see say 40 different taxes.
Oh, but this was fair. This is fair. And it's so wrong. Obi, and you know say no, I have really tried not to.
Why are they? Why are they?
I didn't say you say
the amount of time
was also can say under education, Obi expanded infrastructure at the medical schools as well as the Ghana Law School to support and increase admission for these two categories. Until again, under education, we know clearly, so Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia say, he feels that when it comes to medical training and legal training, there is a gap. And going into our next chapter now, he's going to expand infrastructure there. He's very categorical. Until we know clearly what he's going to do there. Under macroeconomy, or say, Obe improve on fiscal discipline. by ensuring say we have an independent fiscal responsibility council, which would be enshrined in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Or say Obe reducing the number of ministers to 50. Very categorical, very bold. He's been straightforward. One fan konantin one can say I would use ministers kakra or say 50. Very categorical. Or say Obe reducing fiscal burden on government by leveraging on private sector. And I think he gave examples about how he could go into outsourcing of some of the logistics used by public sector to
leasing,
to private sector. And also he was very, very categorical. And of course tax reforms. Or say Obe introduced a very simple citizen and business friendly flat tax regime. Categorical flat tax regime. A flat tax regime of a percentage of income of individuals and SMEs. So it's very clear in his mind. Or say Obe making sure say electronic and faceless audits by GRA. Into sa current situation here, GRA ba no ma better na console. Oton pure tobacco no ma market. Oton we no ma market no. So Obe dey Obe ye free to make sure so be anyina o console, but yet you would be compliant. Or say there will be no taxes on digital payments. E-levy will therefore be abolished. He believes that going into the future, with the next level of Ghana's developmental agenda, he's going to drive it with digitalization. Based on that, he still thinks that we need that revenue to do what we need to do. But he believes that these other tax reforms are other would be able to generate that same amount of money, and so he wouldn't need the e-levy so that that sector could thrive. Or say, it would not, and not be or say, no VAT on electricity if it is still on our books. If it is still on our books. And we must be clear. The reason why our cast and say Ministry of Finance released a statement, I think the same yesterday.
Yes.
Said they've withdrawn the implementation, and I said they've suspended the implementation of the
15%.
And that they are going to engage.
Yes.
You want to say, don't forget, the fellas on the VAT on electricity by you. They brought the law. They introduced it.
Law.
No, let's put it on record. The VAT on electricity was introduced by the NDC. Let's put it on record. No, hold on. Oh, fellas, why would you? Why?
It was on. No. It was on commercial. Fellas,
for you to lie.
It was on commercial. It was on commercial meters. No, sir, it was introduced on commercial meters.
So that VAT tax was actually introduced. VAT on electricity for commercial.
For commercial, yes, and the NDC.
By the NDC. Stop disrupting me. If you say he's going to ensure Tema Port will be fully automated. Then he said that there will be a new policy aligning the duties and charges at Tema Port to the duties and charges at Lome Port. Obi, this is very, very, very instrumental.
Guta for
and this is something the Guta guys have always been calling for since Kojohohu. Or say, Ghana, one of the things I would never follow Loma or Fem. Would never follow Loma or Fem. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia say, Obama Ghana, yeah, of the policy, baby, by your duties and your charges, where say Lome Port. Inti Asema, Enika Sempa. Ghana, your duties, a bay say Lome Port. Who is obliged to be a Fia Bruchi, not a Lome. Simply because on himself Lome charges near day, our firm. A B1 say, ye no more motor spare parts. Ewo Abuso Kain, and a swamino. Duties no ever flat rate per container. It is all the 20-footer container the buy, and I'm so many 20-footer container the buyer, and found there a ship. Munina move to your duty, pepe. Say the bayer a bay's had discretion a woman now, and my leakages be brave, ebano. Now a reduced burden now, a what spare parts de less. Oh, you know what this means? What this means is that tax burdens no be coffee. No more to be the normal do ones why a day, Abba or mining. Obi, under industrialization, he was very clear. Or say he's going to protect local industry from smuggled imports that evade import duties, and of course, this can easily be done with all the digital transformation that Ecoso my women. Again, he said that the special economic zones will be created in collaboration with private sector at Ghana's major border towns. And he's not just talking about special economic zones. He's quite categorical what he wants to do. At Ghana's major border towns such as Aflao, Paga, Elibo, Sankase, and Tatale to enhance economic activity, increase exports, and reduce smuggling and create jobs. Obi Ben Katimi Obi, he's taking almost 50 minutes of my time.
Oh, 50 minutes. Yeah, then our time saying now I want to take you 15 minutes.
ABM Obi. Osei.
On work as
well.
About 6
Now, but you've spent almost 20 minutes arguing with me.
No. You yourself said the parameter. What's it? Okasa from 6
I will do 2 minutes.
What's Okasa?
What you are doing to me? I say he's going to ensure. Obi is talking about betrayal. No. I mean, that means Obi. Obi is talking about betrayal.
Unless you are agreeing, say you, despite the time, also overextended by a certain number of minutes.
That means I mean to me, I tell you, Omaba.
No, but you took my time. Fairness and natural justice. I say then he's going to introduce individuals credit scoring system.
Yes.
What it means is that
so unless you are individual scoring way.
Later you see the critical things I say Ghana for United.
Yes.
John Mahama has been campaigning for close to a year. Close to I got 2 months within 1 year. Till date. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Kasa for just about 1 hour 45 minutes. Ghana Nibia across everywhere can relate and find himself in what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia intends for us going into the future. But to date we can't talk for Dr. former President Mahama. The strategy is simple. He won't say anything. He won't prefer anything. You're better say Obegu Abainu fi. Ne campaign na ye nana do ntumi aye we ntumi ntoma me ne campaign na ye nana do ka say ntoma me what do you mean?
Why are you allowing this?
The last time I counted I counted 345 I counted 345 promises that John Dramani Mahama made in his 2024 manifesto that he had power that he couldn't do. Again, I counted
2020.
He made in 2012. So we're president. No, 1 year. I counted again. Obi. Nancy was static as Nancy was static as the cover in the manifesto. I counted in that manifesto 13 of things that he said. Felix, why? Felix, and then why you had the don't do that. You are
guys.
Obi, he has misbehaved. Tell him, don't be charitable. Or your honorable minister, this will be honorable MC. He needs to give me trouble for the Eniba. Obi, trouble for the Eniba.
Okay, thank you. Professor E.K. Wallace. I am ready.
You are even indicting and maligning.
I've enjoyed the debate. We'll do this again.
From taxation, I am very aggrieved. I'm very aggrieved with the manner in which I the fellow should know.
Also you.
I am fellows on me fellows me yes, me
we'll continue this debate.
From taxation to production.
As I lay
the beauty of our debate. In the Nyame Adoma, sometimes